I clicked on mute. I don't know what's going on. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Long time no see. How's everybody doing? Yeah, sorry for the massive gap. Did not mean for that to happen, but it is what it is. I do feel a lot better now as far as the sickness goes. So I think I'm pretty much ready to go with streaming stuff. Still a little sick though, so bear with me. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna be working on Starground a little bit. And maybe we move over to maze game stuff. We'll see. Just depends. Anyways, let's jump into it. So, I've decided that I want to automatically add things to the spawner table. Because I've realized, like, why do I add this stuff manually, you know? I don't know, it just seems like one of those things that's stupid. So I kind of want to just loop through every single entity, because every entity always is spawned. And then, we'll loop through every, boss room as well. Or not boss room. Dungeon room, and get those spawning too, because that'll just be better. Anything that I can automate like this is probably a good idea. So we're gonna get the entity, then I can say entity.scene. I get path or something like that. It's been a while. Let me go check the entities table and make sure. Yeah, because they're each going to have a scene that's already loaded, so I think I can just say get path. Now I can say spawn list dot push back. I guess we don't actually have to do that. We could literally just say spawner table push back. Path, like that. Okay, so that's going to add every single entity into the spawner table without us having to do it manually anymore, which is nice. I think practically every single entity in here should be that way. There might only be a few guys, but I'm not sure. Let's go look inside of the spawner table. Like, I'm curious to see if the travelers in there. Yeah, they are, so they're fine. Yeah, I think practically everybody. All the bosses, all the new enemies, Caloris, Dreadcap, Spore, the Spitter, the Tank, Crepitus, the Hive, the Fearwig, the Boring Junior, Slimes. I'm pretty sure Spider Minions also are that way. If I recall correctly. Yeah. Mini Dadwinches, Hantoid Husk, the Face, Ancient Automaton. Now the Tree of Wisdom. I can't remember if he's in here or not. Yeah, he is. So practically every single entity needs to be spawned. Pretty sure the fish are. I don't know why that's a macro bear. That's odd. Better double check the scenes then. That one's wrong. So let's start a traveler and then the player. Yeah, so all of those guys should be in the spawner table. Let me double check all these scenes because that was odd with the fish. We should be okay. The Face, Toid Husk, the Adamatus, Mini Dadamus, Minion Slime, Pecky, Junior, Fearwig, Hive, Crepitus, Tank, Spitter, Spole, Dreadcap, Caloris, the Drog, the Cat Boss. Yeah, we should be okay. Alright, so now back into the spawner table. Let's get rid of all the guys that are entities, just so we can clear this out a little bit. So Wise Tree, Moon Shroom, the Ancient Automaton. Traveler, Sod Star and Fish and Macro Bear. Anything inside of enemies should go. It's like those guys and these guys. Moleshry, Matoid Husk, Pecky, the Face, Spore, Mini Dad, just get rid of all those guys. And then all these dungeon rooms in here, we can also, we're also going to set up some stuff for that. You'll see, you'll see. Those are all buildings and stuff. Honestly, we can probably also do the same thing for buildings as well. Because I don't think there's a ton of buildings that don't get spawned. So... get rid of that guy. Let's search in here, enemies. Okay, that's all those guys. And the displays are fine. Alright. And we're going to test this to make sure, but I think it should be okay. I don't think this will cause any problems. Hey, it's a fencer. Welcome in. How's it going? Wasn't here for a while? No, it's all good. I haven't been streaming for a while, so I think it's mainly my fault. But yeah, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? So now we're going to loop through each region. So for ID and regions table. And we're going to get all the stuff in here now. So... if we look inside a regions table, each of these dungeons have, so for example, Enceladus, a list called rooms, and then we just loop through each level inside of those. So we're going to do that. Hey, K-Mac, welcome, man. How's it going? What have you been up to? So thank you for this bean. Yeah, sorry again, guys, for such a long gap in streaming stuff. It's just I've got so much stuff going on. The funeral, and then I got sick, and it's just, yeah, whole bunch of stuff. Been doing a game jam played by all the big Czech streamers. Oh, nice. That's awesome. It's cool. What's the game jam called? Man, we got it. Don't sweat. Yeah. But it's okay. We're back. Working on Starground. I'm working on automating a few things right now, so... before I had all these, like, different things... with multiplayer, you have to, like, put it into the spawning list. For it to spawn on the server to the client. And most of the time I have to go through and manually add that to the list, but I'm just kind of thinking now, why? I'm just setting it up to be automatic, so we don't get those issues anymore where things don't show up for a client because I forgot to add it. The game will just do it for me. So hey, Game Devable, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, let's see. Stream LA. It's in check. No, it's all good. Let's check it out. You shouldn't be here. Why is it? Huh? Yeah, I can't read any of this, but these are all the streamers, I presume. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool though. I think it's always a good thing to do game jams on the side. It's just good to, I don't know, learn, like I've said in previous streams, I always learn a lot doing game jams, like I discover things with a Godot I didn't realize before and stuff, so... I am not fluent in Czech, no, I'm not. Yeah, that's really cool. Definitely let me know how it goes, how you do in the end. Oh, that's the game? Let's go. Oh, that looks pretty good. Are you in like a team with other people? Yeah. Nice. Pretty epic. I'd love to model more interior scenes like this, you know? It's kind of fun. Oh, texturing is really fun too. We'll get to do plenty of that with May's game. Yeah, that's neat. So we're gonna do, let's see, back into a regions table. Saying rooms.get, that's gonna return a list of these. Now we say for room in, for level in rooms, we say rooms.get level. So that'll return, if we go into here, so we got our rooms, now we're looping through that, now we're looping through these, so it's going to just return this dictionary with all of these things in it. So yeah. Then we're just going to be grabbing these IDs and looping through all of the scenes inside of there. So speaking of games, the engagement on my prototype is now almost gone. One decent for a week. Oh, nice. So that's cool though. It's always really good to get people testing that stuff out early. Yeah, I do want to do that for sure with May's game. It's getting closer. Okay, so this is going to be IDs. Is that? So it shouldn't do any of this if we don't have that list of IDs. Now we're going to say, we have to get the loot tables. So I want to add, can I just say mod API.add? Add spawner entry. Let's honestly just do that. Instead of saying spawner table to pushback path. Only got 290 browser plays. That's still pretty good though. It's not bad at all, especially for just a prototype thing. That's pretty decent. Okay, so now we got our IDs. So we're gonna say IDs dot starting room or whatever. Also, in this spawner, I'm just gonna make one little change here. I don't really want duplicates in here. It doesn't really matter, but so we're just gonna say if it already has the resource path, or as long as it doesn't have it, just so we don't get duplicates. All right. What's the 0.15 update going? It's going pretty good. It's been tricky. So originally we planned for 0.15 to be out November, and we're gonna do a November sale, right? But of course, with the funeral and me getting sick, I haven't really been able to get it done in time for that because it's already the end of November. So I think we're probably gonna postpone until the winter sale, which really isn't that far away. That's on December 18th. So I think we do have a little bit more time for like new features. I'll be doing an experimental build again really soon, so I don't leave you guys left with nothing to play. But yeah, I think it's probably going to be the play. It's too bad. I wish, because I wanted to do a November sale. Would have fit well, you know, because you get November sale, have a couple of weeks, and then winter sale. It's just like good spacing, but didn't get the time to. So it is what it is, though. But yeah, I mean, I'm mainly focusing on content stuff. I think we've got most of the like technical things figured out. I've got the boss in for the dungeon and all that working, so that's going good. Yeah, one thing I would really like to do is get the whatchamacallit? Buildable flooring working. So I'm gonna be diving into that pretty soon, I think. But yeah, I mean, we can look at the GitHub if there's stuff. I know I was super pumped out the first 12 hours when I had 118 plays. Yeah, that's cool. So, hey, Rival Seeker, welcome in. Starground Godot Gamedev here. Nice, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, it's going good. We are just working on Starground today. Maybe Maze game later. It's a different game. Yeah, we don't really have to focus so much on... I mean, most of these bugs, I think, are probably fixed. I have an inkling that some of these multiplayer crash bugs are probably related to, like that conveyor belt issue I fixed. So, we'd have to really test it and make sure, but yeah. Am I seeing duplicates of everything here? What's going on? Yeah, no, these are two separate ones and stuff. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I fixed this one. Yeah, I need to go through and mark all these bugs off. Yeah. But we're definitely getting there. I kind of have some ideas cooking up. I'll have to see what you guys think about them. But I think it could be kind of a fun thing. It's something I've been thinking about for a while. It's not like it randomly came up spontaneously. But I need to discuss it here in a minute. See, I'm mostly working on platformer prototyping Godot. Nice, yeah. Using the DK arcade game as a base. Oh, yeah. I think that's always a really good way to start messing around, is get like a template. That's what I always recommend people do for multiplayer. Like if you want to learn how to do multiplayer, there's that one demo project you can download and just mess around with it and see how things work. I think it's always a good way to do it. That's cool stuff. Godot's definitely a fun engine. I've had a good time with it, so yeah. I hope it goes well for you as well. Okay, so we're gonna copy all these. So these are all the IDs and stuff. The starting room is always just one individual scene. So I'm just gonna say IDs.starting room .get path. And then the next things that we have to do is inside of our loot table, like for example, loot and sell at 0. Here. So we want to access, we want to loop through every single one of these, and we want to be spawning in the second part, the second entry here. So let's go do that. Okay, so that one's done. Now we're gonna have to do a bunch of for loops. Let's actually just say var loot IDs and then push back all these IDs. So like this guy. And that's regular, so we say IDs.regular. Required enemies and decoration. Well, actually, enemies we don't need to do. That's not a thing. So regular, required rooms. We will want decorations, I think. Actually, I don't think we need that one, because decorations is just like... Yeah, we don't need to do that one. So yeah, just regular and required is really the only two things. And then the other ones we don't care about. So... let's go ahead and get rid of those. So now what we're going to say is for I in loot IDs, we say global dot, we're in global, loot table dot get I, call it var loot, and then finally we say for I in loot, or for J, there's a lot of for loops here, we're going to push all of those IDs into our spawners. And we're going to say J at index 1 to get path. There's already a variable named loot. Where? Am I crazy? Oh, yeah, up there's gonna be one. So we have to call this, loot list or something. That's fine. For Jane loot list. Alright, this should be all good to go now. So... just to confirm everything here and go through this logic again. So we add all the entities, boom, done. Then for the regions, so we're looping through every region. We're getting the list of rooms. We're saying for level in each room. Yeah. So rooms is that. Then we're getting the levels. So we're getting the IDs of rooms at level. Yeah, that gives us the list of that stuff. So we put the starting room back in there, and then we add all the required rooms and the regular rooms and loot IDs. So we loop through loot IDs. We get the list of each one. Which we get from the loot table, then we loop through that. One, get path. We should be good. So we're going to save that. Now that means, finally, in spawner table, we can get rid of all of the dungeon rooms now. So all of these dungeon rooms can go away. Room 1 through 8 and start. Exit boss room 1, 2. Chest, wisdom, resource, pedestal, chance, fishing, challenge. Those all go away. Same with the Tephra rooms. And there we go. And that one. But keep breakable decoration. There's like a couple things that we do need to manually put in here, but that's fine. Oh yeah, also player in here can go away. Forgot about that. So we need to do some multiplayer testing, make sure that this actually works now. Let's save all that. Debug. We're going to run with 2. And let's see if this works. It might crash instantly. But I don't know. We're about to find out. Also, that thing I was talking about, so we can get into that now. I don't think I need to recover any of this stuff. So I'll just slop. Okay. It was not happy here. Oh, that's because I just need to make that an empty array by default. I should fix that. Okay, let's go into here. Discard all. New image. And I want to go over my idea for Starground. So, I think it's safe to say that sometimes the dungeons can be a little repetitive, you know? So I would like to get some of your guys' feedback on this. I think, like, I've been just trying to think of ways to add more content to things, right? Because I think one of the problems is you go through the dungeon one time, and then next time you go around, it's not really that much different. And one of the solutions to that is just adding in more types of dungeon rooms, but it's a lot of work to do that. That means I have to do new enemies and all that kinds of stuff, so it's tricky. So I'm thinking there's some games that do this, like I think Cult of the Lamb, for example, where once you beat the dungeon or beat the boss in that dungeon, the dungeon like changes, you know? You go back through it again and then has new enemies and stuff. So I was possibly thinking, what if I did that in Starground? So basically, you'd go through the dungeon. Let's say you're an Enceladus, right? You kill Dreadcap. Now, next time you go through the dungeon, it'll probably have a little icon over the planet or something, so that you know that it's been beaten once. And it kind of expands the amount of content. Because I've had this problem with balancing where I don't want to add too much stuff to this dungeon and make it too difficult for people, right? But at the same time, I think making it more difficult and adding more stuff is what makes it fun to go through again. So this would kind of solve that, because it wouldn't add that new content until you've actually beaten the dungeon. So hey, Oshik, welcome in. So this would, like, I was thinking of doing, I know we've talked about this in the past, I think at one point, but like elite enemies, they would basically just be the regular enemies that spawn, but they would be like super powered versions. I'll probably just make them, maybe at some point I can actually redraw their animations and stuff and make them look cooler, but at least just to start with this feature, I think I'm probably just gonna make them larger and glow with some particles or something like that. And obviously with more health and damage. And probably a much higher chance to drop more rare items, so artifacts and stuff like that. And they would only show up after you've already beaten the boss, so it wouldn't be like unfair. So that's one thing. And I want to think of more things that could like get added. It's a little bit like feature creep. No, that's totally fair, yeah. I mean, this is why I'm like a little conflicted, because this is just one idea. I do want to figure out how I can like make the dungeons more interesting without feature creeping, right? And adding on a bunch of new features. Because the thing that'll really feature creep it is if I decide to add on entirely new rooms and enemies and stuff like that. Because that stuff takes so long. Just coming up with the idea wouldn't help, but that's a lot of work. Yeah, no. I totally agree. But I'm just trying to think if there's any other options. I don't think this system of detecting when the boss is killed would be very hard at all. I mean, we could get this done in a day, probably. I don't know. Because I know it's been a common, you know, piece of criticism with the game is the dungeons. Can you clearly describe the issue? No, it's all good. So this is for Starground. We're just talking about... So one thing that's people have complained about in the past quite a bit is like that the amount of content in the dungeons, just there isn't a whole lot there, because once you go through the dungeon and defeat the boss, there's not really a whole lot of new things to see afterwards. So I'm just trying to think of like ways that I could extend out the like possibilities or whatever of what you find in the dungeons. I don't know, it's tricky. One thing I was thinking of is I could, because one challenge with the dungeon has always been, if I throw in more content into the first dungeon, I think it's just going to get too hard for new players to go through the dungeon. I think the dungeons where they're at is good for like a just new person jumping into them. Me in the same dungeon after boss is killed and player tracks back. Yeah, it would be like if I go to Enceladus, defeat Enceladus, kill the boss, you know. I'm just thinking about the possibility of like having like a dungeon plus thing, you know, when you defeat a dungeon, you go back and then there's different kinds of enemies and stuff that show up. There are some games that do that. Code of Lamb does it. I don't know if Binding of Isaac does it. I haven't played enough Binding of Isaac of the new stuff to know. I don't know. It's just something, this is why I also want to know what you guys genuinely think about this, because I'm just trying to think of like, basically I want to extend out the replayability of an individual dungeon without giving myself a ton of work and feature creeping, right? Something that I ideally could get done in 1 day or two, right? So I don't know, but I don't want it to feel like it's just same path of exhaust. You clear the dungeon, spawns a lot of guards, you have to escape in X amount of time. Yeah, I mean, I could, I just don't know if that's exactly what the dungeons need. Like, I don't think it's a matter of, like, that. It's just, the dungeons need... I want to be able to go into a dungeon and then have it be, like, an actual different experience, I guess. I don't know. It's just really hard to do that, honestly. This is one of the, like, big issues, I would say, with Starground, is I don't think it's... you ever really realize how much work dungeon crawler can be. And specifically one centered around like bosses and stuff like that, because it's so time consuming to create and design a boss. It's like one of the most difficult things. So if I knew that going into it, I probably would have completely changed the way the dungeons are in Starground, but it's too late. So yeah, the dungeons are already randomly generated, so... I don't know. Yeah, I've been just trying to think of ways to, like... It seems like most people enjoy the automation stuff. I feel like that's much easier to expand out, because it's like... with automation, you add in one little building, and then it can be expanded, and people can combine them with other buildings in interesting ways and stuff. I mean, that's one of the good things about a roguelite. Automation's a little bit like that in a way, where you have like a set of different abilities and things that you can combine in interesting ways. But this entire genre tries to solve dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily that I want to expand. I think I just need to make it useful to go into the dungeons, something like that. The logical things come to mind is to tie it to the quest system somehow. Yeah, after defeating the boss, some new quest appears for the dungeon. Yeah. The way quests are done right now is they're just random. I don't have like sequential quests, although I do kind of have a system in place for that if I do want to do that. I don't know, I'm just thinking of like, what is the root cause of the issues of the dungeon? Because I don't know if it's necessarily the playtime. I think it's just that, like, people go into dungeons, but unless you're doing it just for the dungeons, there's just not really, like, a reason to go to the dungeons, you know? I've been trying to think of ways to tackle that, to make them feel more connected to the rest of the game, because then I think it would alleviate most of the problems. unique resources in dungeons. Yeah, I mean, one of the things too, though, is I want to be able to do that without making it feel like dungeons are absolutely necessary to play the game. Because the whole thing with Starground is it's like you can kind of decide what parts you want to interact with. You're not stuck having to do all of the dungeon stuff if you just want to play automation. Because I really hate when games do that. When, like, it's an automation game, and then you have to go do this other thing on the side that you really don't want to. It's just kind of not fun. So, I don't know. Yeah, this has been like kind of the ultimate design problem, I think, with Starground from the very beginning. It's kind of tricky because we have these two parts of the game. I want them to stay separate, but then also at the same time be connected, you know? So it's just definitely complicated. I don't know. I think I just want to make it so dungeons act as more of a booster to automation, if that makes sense. I do have one idea, actually, which I'll do in just a minute. I want to print out this spawner table, though, and make sure all the things are spawning. For example, add gems only spawn the dungeon after the boss is killed. Yeah, playing these awesome machines will speed up their work time. Yeah, I do want to do something like that. I want to have almost like in Satisfactory, how you have the slugs. I really like the idea of going into the dungeons to find like things like that let you enhance the automation stuff. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do the connection between automation and dungeoning, right? So it looks like everything's in here. Got all the entities in here. The dungeon rooms. And all those guys. Yeah, we should be good. So let's test multiplayer now. Should be okay, though. I don't want to make sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's hard. Because as we get closer to 1.0, like, this is why I've been thinking about it more, because it's like, I need to start making the game feel more complete. And that's always been kind of one of the gripes most people have had. And I totally agree with those people, right? That's the thing. So, I don't know. It's really hard. But this is definitely one of the things that I'm like taking away from time working on Starground into other projects and stuff. Is that it can be interesting merging genres like that. But sometimes it's actually more of a detriment. So I think it just depends on how you go about it. Like if it's two genres that kind of synergize with each other, then it works really well. But sometimes if they're completely unrelated, I think it just becomes so much of an obstacle trying to connect them that it's just not worth it. I don't know. These are just things that I'm thinking about right now, since I've had time to reflect, you know. Alright, let's see if this dungeon is generating now. It should be. Cool. So yeah, most of these enemies should be fine for multiplayer. But let's just kind of run around and make sure. Okay, so the bombs that they spawn in have a timer, so that's something that we need to fix. Because it should be setting a timer of like 0. But I think it's because the bombs don't sync their time at the beginning, which is the problem there. Spitters seem to be totally working fine. Die, Spitter. Let's make sure the Drog... The Drog is a little weird. Well, let's watch that again. No, I've died. Okay, they mostly seem okay. If they go up to me, yeah, they burst out. I don't know what that one time where they stood there for a second was all about. Guess it's fine, though. Also, it looks like the bombs, the oil barrels, don't actually look like oil barrels. Okay, this is the one where it's not working. They just kind of... It's the one where they have that timer where they pop up, so we have to fix that. So let's do that. And then a couple things with bombs. So let's go into the bomb scene. I want to synchronize some variables up here, because we have... the type needs to be synchronized. And lifespan should be synchronized. I might just not be doing that. Yeah. So we want to synchronize current type on spawn and also lifespan. In case I'm manually setting it to be 0. I think that should fix both those issues. And then let's go back into the drog and fix those. Those look really nice compared to when I last saw them. Well, thanks, yeah. They've definitely come a long way, I think. But... do I watch anime? Not really very often, if I'm being real. I don't know. I've wanted to. I do have a list of anime that I would like to watch, but I just, to be honest, I just haven't gotten around to it. But hopefully soon I can get into it a little bit more. I don't know. It's just hard. I think it's because there's a lot of anime that I just don't really, like. So sometimes it's like, I don't know. Just feels like it's like, I'd rather just not watch anime then, instead of having to sort through stuff. Or start watching something and then realize I don't vibe with it. I guess that's the thing. But there's some really cool stuff. I have watched it, stuff before, like, Neon Genesis is pretty epic. I've watched, Full Metal Alchemist. That one's pretty good. I don't know. I'm looking at the bomb guys that chase after you, and I'm thinking they should probably chase a little bit ahead of you. Yeah, predict where you're going based on velocity. Yeah, I could do that. We could mess around with that, I think. I don't think it would be too difficult. I would just have to, like, I don't know. Yeah, just grab the nearest player's velocity and just predict to go a little bit ahead of where they are for their, like, navigation point. I think that should probably be okay. We can try that out in just a minute here. Especially that's terrible reason. I don't know. I think it's just because I'm not very familiar with the different kinds of genres with anime, because it's not like the same as regular American television, you know, where it's like, this is a sci-fi fantasy and this is a thriller. Because I know what those things mean, but with anime it's like, what is a shonen and what is I don't know what those things really mean. Like, I think I just need to understand the different kinds better, and I would probably, you know, be more willing to watch stuff. But yeah, predicting movement should be really easy. Again, let's just do it right now. So if we go inside of the Crepitus script, he has a section where he's going to be pathfinding. I can just grab that target position that he calculates, and then just add. So, like, just to draw it out, I think that's always the easiest way. Sorry for all the sneezing and stuff, still pretty sick. So that guy gets the target position is the player. I can also read what is the player's velocity and then just add it on. So the player's moving this direction. the new point that the explodey guy is tracking will be right in front of where the player will be. So yeah, pretty easy. I think I can just go in here and probably add that. It's right here. I think I'll just add another variable on here now, which is like target. Let's call it attack target offset. And then make this a vector 2 up here. And then we can set this to a value. So back into the crepitus. Before we call super. Or well, actually, let's just do it in here. It shouldn't matter. All right, so if we have an attack target, we're going to say attack target dot velocity sync. We're going to say attack target offset. Is going to be equal to velocity times 16 pixels or something. So we'll see what that looks like. I think that should work. An old roommate used to watch JoJo. Oh yeah, I think one time I was in a Discord call and watched like one episode. I don't know. It seems interesting. I don't know if it would be my type of show or anything, but maybe one of these days I'll try it out. Let's just go ahead and load up in single player. Let's go to Caligo. Now these guys should navigate in front of where I'm walking. Okay. Okay, that didn't really seem to work. I think I need to only set it if the velocity is actually greater than 0. Length is greater than 0. And let's not set it times 16. I think that's too much. Let's do normalize it. I think I can say normalized times 16, so it should be 1 tile in front. Let's try that again. Normalizing it essentially just converts it into terms of 0 to 1. Okay. Well, let's try this again. And they still seem to just be following me perfectly. I think it's probably because... I don't know why. Any errors in here? No. To be honest, not normalizing might be better since you can move at different speed. I mean, that's true. I feel like it's not like updating or something. Let me print out what this value actually is. Because then it should be calling it in here. Plus attack target offset. Should be okay. I think it might just be because as soon as they touch me, they explode. Where did my continue go? Okay. Did all my settings just get reset? That's, odd. I don't know what happened there. I might have quit at a bad time. Right when the user data was saving, perhaps. May have to fix that one of these days. So this should be navigating to in front of me, but you can see they're... I think they're just not fast enough to get in front of me. So... that doesn't really, like, work. We can see it definitely is calculating it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just not enough. I mean, one tile isn't really that big of a gap. And I could get rid of that statement there. We can see what that looks like. Hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we'll try a bigger offset. See if that does it. Did my stuff just not save again? Okay. Weird. Pretty good. How about you? I'm doing fine. I am sick right now, which sucks, but I'm on the way out of it, I think, so should be okay. Alright, let's go. I'm just gonna not move. So you can see the offset is working. This is not a very big offset. Let's set it much larger, like 64. That should be 4 tiles away from us. Okay. Let's see if this works. Off to Caligo. Oh, I got a puzzle room. I had a dream about this puzzle. Ooh, I don't know which ones to press in this scenario. I'm just gonna assume. Okay, this one I don't remember either. I need my little chart, my cheat. There we go. I got it though. Nice. New puzzle room, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do some more puzzle rooms because I think they're kind of fun. Just gives people another little side thing to do. Would you like to get into a corner of the enemy? Like the player would, or? See, I mean, the problem is they do navigate to the proper, like, position. But as soon as you just start running away from the player, it just doesn't even matter anymore. Or so as soon as you start running away from them, they just chase you because they're slower than you. So, but they have to be, because otherwise, you won't be able to get away from them before they explode and kill you. So, it's a cool idea in theory, but I don't know if it's really. I think that kind of thing works when the thing chasing you is faster than you are. But in this case, I don't know if it's really exactly what we need. Oh, the puzzle, yeah, to get into the corner. There's a... I've been, like, researching this thing. There's, like, an algorithm you can essentially do where, like here, if I just randomize... So you want to do, like... If there's dark regions here, you click the ones underneath each dark region. They call it, like, waterfall or something. And then you just go down the list and do all those. And then you end up with a pattern here in the bottom. And then I can't remember which ones you're supposed to click on the top, but we can just click one random one and see what happens, you know. Okay, I just swapped it. So let's do like 2 over there. There's like a sheet that tells you which ones you're supposed to press. Like, given this bottom pattern, I just don't remember right now. Let's try these 2. But it's honestly a pretty reliable way to solve this puzzle, as long as you just do it correctly. So. Yeah, like this one I'm not really sure. But yeah. Let's snooze that ad. It's better than going after dust now. That's fair. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, for sure, so... I don't really, mind it. I can probably leave it in. This big guy. Frog. No, there's a fishing room. Time to fish. Yeah, I do want to add unique fish for different dungeons. I think that would be kind of fun. I'm not going to be able to do it. It's been too long. I don't have my skills anymore. No, I'm cooked. Wait. Wait. Am I cracked? Am I cracked? Am I cracked? Or am I whack? I'm cracked. Okay. Cool. That's a big dungeon. Oil. It's key name cat boss. Yeah, I need to give him like sounds and stuff, obviously. Right now he doesn't have any. So it's a little anticlimactic. But we'll probably be doing that. I'm in creative mode right now, so I'm kind of cheating, but it's fine. What does that sound? Oh, it's the tank, I think. Yeah, I need to fix the spawning distribution, because you can see there's a lot of spitters spawning in. But like way too many tanks, it shouldn't be like 3 guys like that. So I need to change the spawning distribution on this guy. Just to use the same one as the dungeon instead of his own. Because right now it's just pure random, I think. It really should be like the same as the regular thing. Did I fix the Linux multiplayer? I'm trying to remember what the problem was with that. I mean, I haven't heard of anybody having issues with that. I've been able to run it and stuff just fine. There's a dedicated server up right now, so... Yeah, when I do a dedicated server... I do remember that like, back and forth that we had trying to figure that out. I just don't honestly remember exactly what like the problem was. Might have been a thing with Steam. I know like I've fixed all that stuff now, so it's probably okay. I'll have to confirm it though. I like the big dude. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I think it was like something with the Steam stuff where, yeah, it wasn't included in the base game package, so like you weren't able to install it from Steam or something like that. But that should be worked out now. That was one of the dedicated server issues, at least. Yeah, I'll definitely be testing dedicated servers here pretty soon once I push this update. Alright, so those guys do that now. Let's give this one more check in multiplayer. We should be okay, but just want to make sure. Alrighty. Host that game. Snooze the ad. Yeah, I think I quit at the worst time possible. I quit right as the game was saving user data. Which is a little funny. Probably should have a backup in case stuff like that happens. Yeah, I might look into that. Let's say game mode, creative players. Oh. That should have worked. Oh, it's capital P. I was like, alright. So now this guy's in creative mode. Anyone's not going to die. Because that's a bug we need to fix. The puzzle's not spawning on multiplayer. I think I know exactly what that's happening though. Okay. Yeah, these guys all seem to be normal. The drag is now visible when that happens. Let's break a oil barrel. Make sure that's normal. Yeah, that becomes an oil barrel. And then also when the crepitus guys explode, they just instantly explode now. So that's all good as well. Still need to fix that. I'm pretty sure it's already fixed in the translation sheet. They just haven't updated it yet. Let me out of here. I have some friends who want to try Starground. Oh yeah. Up to date is the demo version. It's pretty out of date, I'm not gonna lie. I do need to update it and fix that because it's really old. I've been working a lot on functionality for that, and I think we're pretty much good to go. Essentially, I'm just going to mark which things should be allowed in the demo, and then I can hide everything else. So I can like manually specify like just base, you know, first automation planet, first dungeon, just that people can experiment with that stuff. But then lock off Tephra and all that stuff. I think it should be okay. I could even maybe hide NPCs as well. That would be kind of a nice thing. I wish I had a weapon. Okay, let's fix that puzzle not spawning. But yeah, I mean, the demo, it's playable, but it's definitely a much older version of the game, for sure. Let's boot it up and check it out. That's loading. Let's fix our number puzzle thing. I do want to make sure that not number puzzle, lights out puzzle. Lights out tile should be spawning like that. That one should be okay. Shut your yapping. Alright. Nice, you should move updating the demo version one of your top priorities. Yeah, I probably will do that, I think, for 0.15. What I've been doing in the background is like all of the I keep using the hidden tag everywhere, and that's going to give me control over what content is actually visible in the game. So it's going to mean that I can just export a version with the demo flag, and it should just be ready to go for the demo. Like, I don't have to maintain two separate versions of the project and stuff, because that's how I did it for this one, and it was just a nightmare. Just trying to backport bug fixes and stuff is just not good. Yeah, I'm probably just going to set up a second export option for the demo, and then just include the demo flag with that, so. The autosave bug? Oh, yeah. Yeah, did I fix that yet? Can't remember. Yeah, you're stuck in an join game loop. I can't remember if I think you mentioned that on Discord, right? Or was that bug? Unless you didn't. I can't remember. What did happen with that? Was it just like, I can't remember. It's been too long. So we got an ad coming up. Let's go ahead and just make a new game. Yeah, this is before we really had like very fleshed out tooltip tutorial. Just has this, which is like, here's the things. Also, it doesn't even have stuff like bindable keys and stuff, which is a big problem. So here we are. I mean, it's representative of the full version, but it's definitely in the past. Yeah, it's playable. I don't think there's commands in the game. Nope. So there's no way to really like cheat, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess I'm just stuck here. Well, I could load... If I load one of my saves, it's probably going to be fricked up. But let's see what happens. It didn't spawn in the player, right? And that's because of the way that player spawning used to work in the demo. Because there's no player scene actually saved. So yeah, it's pretty messed up. I do need to fix the... I mean, of course, you shouldn't be loading in new saves into an older version of the game, but... Did you create the skin yet? I don't know if you ever told me what you wanted the skin to be. I can't remember. Let's see, Season wanted... I have a list of all the things. Season wanted the Half-Life guy. Let me go find where that was. Where did I leave that? I have too many documents open over here. It's not stream checklist. Leave it in the maze game? No. I can't remember where I wrote that down. I know it's somewhere. Thought it was in this document. Oh yeah, Bill Cipher, I remember. Yeah, I just don't know how I would make that look good on a Starground guy. Because I think part of the problem is his iconic thing is his hat. But it's hard for me to make hats in the skins. Because it's all like, you know, flat. But I could make him without a hat, I suppose. I can't remember where I wrote all that stuff down. I know that I did. Grimlow. Oh, well, there it is. Yeah. Say something like South Park. Are you too edgy or political? I think it's probably fine. I mean, it's not like... It's just a skin. So I think it'd probably be okay. And I don't necessarily have to brand it as like... I don't think I could legally call it the same thing as the, you know, the guy from South Park or whoever you choose. Because that would be legal trouble. This is a mess. Hold on, guys. In a grave error. I mean, you're pretty open to do whatever you want. I don't think it matters so much. If they were like saying voice lines and stuff, then maybe that would be more of a problem, but it's just a static skin. So I think it'd be fine. Yeah, if you have a character from South Park you wanted to do, we can. I think it'll probably be a little easier to represent a skin like that. But let's see. Alrighty. Let's see here. And then I am going to be adding in the guru. That's another thing that I had an idea for. Yeah, like, well, it's not that I came up with the name, but what he does. I think it'd be cool if the guru would give you free research knowledge, and you find him in the dungeon sometimes, but he's very rare. I think that would be nice. Just that if you're dungeoning a lot, then you kind of get rewarded for that. Okay. So we got all the automatic spawning, which is really nice. That will save me a lot of time. I don't have to go through and add those guys manually now. We do need to draw the boss door for Caligo, so maybe we just do that really quick so I don't forget about it. Let's do that. And we'll probably also do Maze Game today, because I really do want to. Okay, so we got the Caligo doors. We're just going to make a boss variant. So I don't know if you guys noticed. I got the new headphones. And the battery life is pretty crazy. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm so tired of the battery life from the Astros. They just instantly run out. They're the HyperX... HyperX Alpha 2. They're pretty nice. They've got 250-hour battery life. I have them plugged in now, but I had been using them for like 5 days without having to charge them once, which was pretty crazy. The Astros, like, if I use them for longer than 30 minutes without being plugged in, they die, so That was pretty wild. Yeah, battery life on these is pretty ridiculous, not gonna lie. And that's one of the big reasons I got them, so that's good. Yeah, sound quality is really good. I'd say they're it's just nice and clean. I think sometimes headphones you get, like especially gaming headsets, they sound very like punchy. Like especially Razer stuff. Like the bass is insane. They sound kind of always really muddy to me. But these have a really nice neutral sound stage, which is great. Like I feel like I can hear everything nice and it's crisp. The bass doesn't overpower anything. They sound honestly probably more neutral than my Astros did, and I got those specifically because they're neutral. So I'm pretty happy with how they sound. They definitely sound really good. They've got 53mm audio drivers, so they're pretty powerful, which is nice. Yeah, honestly, I think they're a pretty sick headset. The only complaint I would probably have is compared to the Astros, they're more closed back. So like as I'm wearing them, it's more difficult for me to hear myself talking. Like when I wear the Astros, it's really they're very open, so I can hear everything around me through the headphones, but with these, it's a little bit more difficult. I think a lot of that could be alleviated by just getting different ear cups. I do like the ear cups on here, but they're I think they're a little bit designed for noise reduction because they have this there's a leather strip inside here, and that's really good for blocking sound. Like my Astro had, I don't remember. Like these are just full fabric all the way through, so sound can kind of pass through the ear cups into my ears. Let me if I put these on. Oh, they're all small right now, but I can still like hear almost everything normally. So yeah, that's really my only complaint. But I think I might look at buying some ear cups. Just on Amazon or something. I'm sure that I could replace them with something that's just designed to be a little more lightweight and breathable. And I think that would help a lot. It's always very surprising to me how much that always changed the sound of the Astros, because I got some leather ear cups for those and it was like total sound blocking. And I was like, what? I didn't realize it would make such a massive difference. So yeah, these are really nice ear cups though. If you don't care, if you're not streaming or not talking all the time to yourself, then it's probably a good thing because they're kind of a little bit inherently noise canceling. But yeah, they're pretty awesome. I am pretty happy with them, and they're USB-C. You can take out the microphone, so I don't have any bits dangling around. They definitely seem pretty durable. They're mostly made out of metal. Like you've got this top metal band here. This hinge is metal. It feels pretty solid. I like how the design of them is kind of simple. Like here, if I move into this view so you guys can see them better. Like, it's just straightforward, which is good for a pair of headphones. The more little bits and intricate details you have, the more likely they are to snap. You can see like it's just a simple rotating hinge right here. And then this thing goes in and out of the top like that. Straightforward, right? And there's no funny business on the band. It's just a regular old band. So, yeah, they're super flexible. But I definitely like them. They feel really solid. And they've also got like, you can do like a 3.5mm audio cable also. There's a port right here. So if for some reason I don't want to charge them or something, I can just use them like hardwired. Which is really nice to have. I mean, the battery life is so insanely good. I'm hoping that they last a really long time. But worst case scenario, if the battery does start to die, I can just use them wired. That was one issue with the Astros, is that I couldn't play audio through them while they're charging, because they can't charge fast enough to stay on. So yeah, it was a big problem. Do you mind if I send you some images the coming days? Yeah, You're totally welcome to. Just need some input on some UI, UX when I get making it. Yeah, it's for 5M script menu. Nice, yeah. Yeah, you're totally welcome to send stuff over. I can, yeah, check it out and stuff. Use hi-fi headphones. Really like the good audio quality. One complaint I have about mine is that they're really heavy. Yeah. I do really... Oops, wrong. I do really like... I don't know. It's... Hi-fi audio stuff is great, but the gripe I always have is that they're not wireless. And I do really like wireless headphones because I can walk around and I can move without being tethered. If there were like wireless hi-fi headphones, that would be pretty nice. I wish that was a thing. But I've looked for so long trying to find some, but it's just... I don't know. There are some, like there's the one by III or whatever, that are wireless. Yeah, but they're extremely expensive and they don't really look that comfortable. As far as headphones go, I like them to be big and big ear cups and stuff. One of the problems with from what I've seen with most wireless like audiophile headphones is that they don't look very comfortable. So, I don't know. Because I'm going to be wearing these every single day for, like, the entire day. So I got to make sure that they're going to hold up. Yeah, I don't know. I did, like, the II ones are interesting, but if you get the full kit, they're almost, like, $500, and it's just like, oh my god. I mean, these weren't cheap. They were $250, but that's, like, half the price. And they do everything that I want. The audio quality is good enough. It's not like I'm a musician or something, or like, you know, a movie editor where I absolutely have to have the most neutral possible audio. Like, yeah, I do audio stuff, but as long as it's close enough to neutral, I don't think it's really going to matter. So, I've been able to do all the Starground stuff with my Astros, and these are probably even more neutral, so I think it'll be fine. Yours is really loud. They're not particularly loud. I mean, they have a volume knob right here, so I can increase or decrease the volume whenever I need. It's really nice to have that knob because it means I can keep my desktop audio. Oh, my audio is actually low. I can always keep my desktop audio at 100% and then just change the volume for me personally without messing up like all my OBS audio mixing. Which is really nice. It was the same thing with the Astros, so that's kind of a pretty critical thing to have when you're streaming, I think. But yeah. Yeah, I need comfort on my headphones. I wear them a lot. Yeah. These are pretty comfortable. They have a little bit more clamping force, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. So. Yeah, I like them. They're pretty nice. I think it's a good purchase. Some people really complained about like the software and stuff, but I didn't really have any major issues, so that doesn't matter. It does come with this base station thing, which I don't know if I'm really going to be using this a lot. I can get it in frame. It's got some buttons, then a volume knob here that you can mess with, and a button to mute your microphone. But I'm not using the microphone, and I don't really care about all the little buttons, so it's whatever. I'm not bringing this around for travel headphones. That was, I think, the complaint I kept seeing is you have to bring that whole panel with you if you want to like travel with them. But I'm never going to travel with these, so it didn't really matter to me. These are strictly PC headphones, so... Yeah, I'm not sponsored or anything, but I think they're pretty nice, though. I've had a good experience so far. They seem pretty well built. Definitely much more metal than the Astros, which is nice. And I think they just have a much better hinge design. The Astros, their like hinge kind of sucks. Because it's like this weird... It's just stupid. They have like this rod that sticks up, and then these plastic things that go around the metal rod. And then that's how you do the vertical height adjustment. And then they also have this hinging around the rod. I mean, it looks cool, but it just seems like it's ripe for failure, especially since it's almost just made out of plastic. And that's exactly what happened. Over here, I had to do some nasty repairs. This whole thing just snapped off. My headphones were unusable, so I had to plastic weld it all back together. It's just, yeah, not a good design, especially with the headband. That was the thing that always annoyed me about these, is the headband likes to fall out. So you had to 3D print these little, like, things that clamp it together. And also, as soon as your headband up here, like, flattens out, the edges here on the band start to dig into your head. It's just not designed well. But I don't think these are going to suffer any of those issues. It's just a simple hinge mechanism. You know, no funny business. For example, right now I have the browser set to 50%, your stream itself on 20%. Target volume super loud. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. That's kind of weird. Do you have like the same ones or different kind? Because there is a volume knob that you can adjust on the headset. I don't know if yours also has that. But yeah, if I turn the volume knob on my headset all the way up and have my PC volume all the way up, it's pretty loud. But it should be, though, because that's the maximum volume you can play back. I would imagine that should be loud. Yeah, anyways, sorry for all the yapping. We should work on these Caligo doors now. So I'm probably just going to make these a little thicker, I think is the main thing here. So we're just going to copy all this, or select all of it, shift it down as much as we can. And we have to do the same thing over here. Look at those guys. So right there. They're the same, but an older version. The volume rocker on mine changes the volume of the PC. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would be a little annoying. Yeah, these just change, like, my computer volume and the volume of the headphones are independent from each other, right? So as I change the volume of the headphones, the PC volume stays the same, which is much preferred. Anyways, gotta go now. So yeah, okay, sounds good. Jack, thank you so much for popping in. Yeah, feel free to send those images and stuff my way. I'll definitely check them out. So yeah, have a good rest of your day or night. Why is the pipe weird? I guess this is okay. Kind of wish I just copied all that and then... it'll be fine. Thanks, you too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oops. Okay, so I have this skull. Unfortunately, it's a little big. But I could probably extend out the top here. Have it overhang the pipe. Could squeeze it in right there. That should all be this color. Oops, it's the same color as those. Let's first do that color. This is the black color, right? Yeah. Okay, let's fill that in. Then we got this color on top. And let's just make all this flat up here. All right. Now we need to redo this part. Let's see. This needs to be all dark. Just gonna make it cover up the pipe. Now this needs to extend down. Does that leave me at the same distance here? Yeah. Oops. Alright, so I think this will be the final shape of our door here. Just basically a little bit thicker. You're gonna be running the custom Starground skin reward a little longer. I might start, doing a couple maze game rewards as time goes on, you know, and we get closer to that actually being like a thing. So, but I'm sure I'll keep the Starground rewards around though, so nobody needs to worry about those disappearing or anything. At least for a while. Okay, now we got this guy here. I think that looks alright. So we can use that now. I know the pipes are sort of covered up, but it's fine. I have to keep saving away for maze game rewards then, yeah. I don't know exactly what the maze game rewards will be, at least right now. So that is something to keep in mind, just a warning. I'll have to think about what that's actually gonna end up looking like. But yeah. Are these doors the same size? I'm pretty sure they are, right? 64 by 64, and these are... yeah, same size. Okay. Alright, boom, put that there, and then we have to do some major editing. Let's see, because I want to do, drop it to there. Always forget I can't edit other layers on Krita for some reason. Maybe submitting custom maps. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I might do that as a workshop thing. It would be pretty easy to implement because literally all you have to do is just upload an image for it to work. So it would be very straightforward for people to do. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, definitely if anybody has any ideas, let me know, because, you know, I think we're getting much closer to that time. I have sort of a vision on what needs to be done now for our first, like, playable version. So we are on the way there. Oops. Okay, so that's there, and then just make these red. That should be it for that. Let's just merge the layer below. Yeah, Steamworks showed the move, I think. Love when games use it, makes everything so easy. Yeah, it is really, really convenient. It shouldn't be too bad, I think, to add that. I'd probably just have like a little tool somewhere in the game. This is like an uploader, so you can select an image from your computer files and then just upload it to the workshop. Yeah, shouldn't be that bad. That one's solid there. Boom. All right, let's save this as Caligo Door. I think it's Boss Up. Rename it if I need to. What am I getting notifications about? Nothing. I'm full of ideas. Does that many of them not be good ones? No, it's all good. I always really appreciate any ideas anybody has. Don't worry so much about whether they're a good or bad idea, really. Because, even if it doesn't entirely work out, I think there's still a lot of interesting things, though, that you can take from any kind of idea, so... yeah. Feel free to fire away. I think we probably will do some maze game today, just for fun. So we'll probably be swapping over to that here in a little bit. Maybe once I get some of these, let's merge down below. This door done and stuff. Let's do like this. Oops, I gotta do the whole thing again. There we go. Fill all these in. I can't wait for the yeah 500 by 500 map. That's gonna be pretty crazy. But the game should work okay for that kind of stuff. I probably will be technically supporting maps that size. I don't think they'd be very fun to play, but that's okay. Not everything has to be balanced, you know? Sometimes it's okay to just have stuff that's ridiculous. Okay, so here's this door, and then the other one is literally just the same thing, but closed. I might actually do this color. I think that's what I did on the other one, didn't I? Yeah. I think that since I just added a breakable behavior node to the breakables, just meant to handle what happens when the breakables breaks based on the type. Started living those types. Now we're gonna breakable spawning right now. Yeah. Crazy. Alright. 64. Let's paste it. And then this one just doesn't have the doors. Because it's closed. I think that's everything I need for this one. Then it's easy to do the other side because we just flip it, so. So this is Caligo Door Boss, right? And then watch this, guys. You won't believe it. We just flip. Although I do need to fix the positioning of this stuff. Let's do a 64 grid. Subdivision. Have to, okay. Paste this and move it over here. Okay, why did it not paste? Do the thing, please. Okay, so that goes there, and then this one under here goes over there. It says start open, so this will be Calico Boss door left. Then the final one that we have to do is the one that faces down. So we can close all these guys. So Michael Piema, welcome in. How's it going? Sometimes it's even advantageous to have ridiculous things because communities often love the silly stuff. Yeah, no, I think it's cool. I mean, my philosophy usually with that stuff is why limit things like that. Like, obviously for base game stuff, I want to kind of cater that to be, you know, intended behavior or whatever. Operate to what I think is the most, like, balanced and fun version of the game. But if people want to make a stupid broken one, I think why not? Like, if it's just additional, optional, like, content like that, I think it's always just kind of fun. I really got no issues with that. Yeah, it's also just good because it's like, if your game runs well with ridiculous stuff like that, then it's going to run really well for the regular stuff. It's kind of a good way to, like, balance things, honestly. Or not balance things, optimize things. So... let's see here. And this door doesn't really want to fit. Did I do, like... Let's go check on the other door. I did not have a gap at the top. Okay, that's fine then. So we're going to move that right there. Hide it. Now I'm just going to be moving this stuff. Boom. Like so. Fill out the top area. And then these doors are going to be slightly obscured, I think, by the top. So let's figure out how that's going to work. This is... How many pixels? How many pixels? 14? There's only 11. So it should go up to there. And then we do that there. Yeah. Boom. All right, there we are. Except this needs to go out. And our door is complete. Now we're just going to copy this guy, move him on over here, delete the doors because it's closed, make it red, and that's all the boss doors. Boom. Calico door boss down. I don't know if that's my naming scheme, but we'll figure it out. So now back into the doors scene. Or just door. We can add all those animations on here now. Sprite 2D. Oh, I do a pen boss at the end. Hey, Abra, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, that's crazy, 23. You're almost at 2 years. I do really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, welcome back. Thank you very much. It's good to be back. I am glad that all my things are finally over. Is this the duplicate button? Ah, shoot, I knew there's a duplicate button. Duplicate. Now I can call this Calico down boss. Duplicate the left. Duplicate the right. And duplicate the up. Alright, so now we got all the boss variants, so let's do this one. Go find the door. So this is down. So we want boss. Just like so. Now we want left boss. This guy. We want right boss. Right boss. Boom boom. And the up boss. What's up, boss? There we go. Alright, so that should be all of our different doors and stuff we need now. It's pretty epic. Nice. Alright, that's just one little minor thing I've been meaning to do. Now it's done. Yeah, we're definitely getting much closer, I would say. With this being more feature complete, which is nice. Yeah, hopefully also like multiplayer performance should be much better on this too, because you can see all of these now, the replication things are on change. Before, a lot of those would be always, so performance wasn't always optimal for multiplayer. I don't know why that one's on always. Are they all on always? Might need to also optimize that. Those ones don't even synchronize the region for some reason. It's interesting. That one's on never. I don't know why these ones are on always synchronized. Let's it's probably gonna like break everything. But let's see what happens. If I set those to never. Well, this one doesn't even do it. Do I even need to do that anymore? Because I think up here on Dungeon Region I might actually I'm not sure how I synchronize that anymore. No, I do that, so I don't know why I don't do that here. So that's never... Unless I do some funny stuff and ready. But I doubt it. Should all be okay. I do need to do some multiplayer testing, I think, with that. Just to make sure that the dungeon regions are synchronizing properly. Like, this one doesn't do it for some reason. I think it's just because these ones only show up. It's always going to be Enceladus for these ones. You never end up with one of these rooms in any other region, so that's why I don't even bother synchronizing it. But, you know, let's just do it anyways. You never know, for modding and stuff, sometimes you might have somebody decides to reuse one of these rooms for a different dungeon region, so. This is another one of those things where it's like, under normal circumstances, it doesn't matter, but modding is not normal circumstances. I think we're all good here. And this one probably also doesn't even do it. It does. So that's a never. Yeah, that's just another little optimization that we can do, because it's inefficient for us to constantly send over a piece of data, especially a string like that. It can, because there's usually many dungeon rooms, so you don't really want to have stuff like that happening. I probably don't need to synchronize that stuff, but it's fine. It's not a bad idea, too. You never know. Then all these other ones, I doubt they have that being synchronized always, but let's just make sure. Nope, we are good to go. I should also start getting rid of these point lights that I have in every room, because that's an artifact from a bygone era. I used to do, I was messing around with this light in order to do, like a texture on the floor. But I've realized much better ways to do it with shaders and stuff, so you don't really use these anymore. And it is just having another resource and stuff attached for no reason, so let's just start getting rid of those. I would like to optimize my number of nodes. I know it's not really that many more nodes, but, you know. Why keep them there? I don't see any in any of the Caligo rooms, so those might already be optimized. Yeah, those are good. But all these rooms, they can go away. Actually, it might have been just that one room that had it. I'm not seeing it anywhere else. Oh, here's one. Not in the boss rooms. Got so many scenes open, I'm gonna have to close everything. Those are good, and these are probably also all good, but nope, they're not. Delete that guy. The fewer shaders and stuff that we have, like, in the project, the better, because I think, actually, I don't know if it matters anymore, because I know now, like, with the new Uber shaders or whatever it is, I don't think the game actually processes shaders at runtime anymore. I think that's, like, pre-processed now when you export the project, which is nice. Save and close. Save and close. You have the option ticked? Oh, I didn't know you had to actually enable that. Where is that option then? Because I think I would like to do that. Let's go search for it. There's going to be so many I have to save and close. All right. Shader. Shader compiler. Shader cache. It's XR shaders. Oh, when you go to export it? I mean, I probably have it enabled. Unless it's like a new thing I have to do. Shader Baker right here. Yeah, I should enable that, right? I mean, that seems like it would be a good thing. Let me look it up really quick though, make sure. Godot Shader Baker. Yes, what is this? Uber shaders. Shader bigger. Yeah, reduce like startup time, which is nice. I would like to do that because sometimes it takes a minute. Okay, I'll bundle compiled shader code into the BCK, which is also shader compilation step being so entirely. Export will take slightly longer, that doesn't matter. Just want to make sure there's no like compatibility issues or anything. I think we should probably be okay. We'll do some testing though, of course, as always. Code sign. Do not need that. Alright. Should be okay. Yeah, I'm excited to see how that changes our startup time. Because it is a little annoying sometimes. Alright. Cool. Well, we are at 2 hours, so... we could possibly move over to a maze game if that's what you guys would like to see. It's up to you. Do you guys want to see some maze game stuff? I do want to work on, with maze game, doing, like, food consumption and stuff. I think I know how I want to go about that now. Excuse me. Making you a water maze. We can do it. Yeah, Starground's coming along. I mean, I think I'm probably going to start diving into more stuff now I wanted to get done because, yeah, we'll probably be extending out the date for this update and launch. It's unfortunate, but I think it's going to be for the better because we're planning on doing, Graham was saying he wants to do like a big play test for this update. So if that's the case, I would like time to like really, get everything worked out and make everything feel nice. You know, one more time to optimize performance for multiplayer and all that kind of stuff, so I don't want to rush into things. But yeah. Just trying to think if there's any other scenes that do like, I don't think the corpses do. What about like the decorations? Yeah, that should be okay. A really easy way to test multiplayer performance is just load up the game and then you can go down to the profiler, and there is a networking profiler actually. I think it does tell you where the packets are coming from or what scenes are incurring the most number of packets. So I could go multiplayer, host my save again. Localhost. And then once I join in, I can start the profiler. Yeah, this lets you see like the down and up and stuff, so it's pretty helpful. And I can see it on both sides. So you can see on the client in session 2, download is actually much smaller than upload, which is interesting. I wonder why that is. But you can see like the sizes of everything. You can see all of these are just size 0, so they're not actually doing anything. But yeah, you can see the player does have some, of course, a player is going to be synchronizing stuff, so I'm not surprised or anything. And you can see in here all of the other ones here. This is count, size. Pressure airlock is actually synchronizing more than I expected. I wonder why. Yeah, these are times where I can just look through there. Yeah, you can see direction is on always for some reason. Don't know why that would be. But this is what it's good for, right? Like, we can go through here, and like, if there's anything that seems to be sinking way more than they should, it's pretty easy to just go find out why, and then stop it from doing that. So now you can see the airlock finally has stopped. So that's good. Some of these will be sinking a lot, like the rubber ducks, just because they need to synchronize their velocities and positions because they're like physics objects. Same with like the fish and stuff. So I mean, all that stuff is fine. There is some optimizations I could do where like it only actually updates these packets for things that are in view of that player, right? So I could like check, can I actually see that fish in my view? And then if so, then it synchronizes all these variables. So that is an option. And I guess specifically with the fish, there is actually some performance things I can do there, because if we look at the scene of a fish, they only actually change position when their physics are active. I have a thing set up so they stop processing right here. So it stops all of their processing. So I could probably do something like that where they just don't sync data unless they're processing. And I think that handles like physics positions and stuff. Yeah. Because I don't think there's any physics processing. So yeah, it's really easy for me to just check that. As long as the process is actually active, then it only actually synchronizes. Yeah, it's essentially like occlusion culling in a way. I'm curious to see how much performance that actually saves here. Because I think I could probably disable this. If we go inside of the fish scene, I can disable their multiplayer synchronizer. Because right now, always their position, velocity sync, and all that stuff is being synchronized. Which, of course, is not optimal. But I think I could just turn off public visibility. Or visibility update mode. I can set that to none temporarily. So in set processing here, if I set it to false here, we can say multiplayer synchronizer dot visibility update mode is equal to synchronizer dot none, and then we can set it back to idle. And that'll probably be actually a good way to optimize this. And then here in the cases where I'm setting it to true and stuff. Okay, thank you Godot for that. I love when Godot is like lagging and then breaks everything. We're gonna have to restart the game. And then I think I can just set this back to idle. And I'm pretty sure that'll stop it from synchronizing. So I hope. Update automatically must be update manual calling update visibility. Appears 0. The default appears visibilities are updated. Oh, okay. It's choosing who it gets updated for. So just set that to 0 like that. I think that's what I do. We'll give it a try. Let's see, RPC, is that going to call local? Okay, it'll probably be fine. Let's give this a try. I'm just curious to see if this will save us a bunch of... Because it was like hanging around 50 kilobits, which is really not that much at all, but it'd be cool if I could knock that down, like half it. I just want to see if this does anything, and then we'll move over to base game. Let me just get that, like, loading up now. Base game, already. Let's join on this guy now. Players. And boom. So let's see if these guys update their positions, which they are. So it's working. Let's now check the profiling. And see who's doing what. So of course there's all the warnings and stuff, which is to be expected. All the rocks, which those shouldn't be doing a whole lot of synchronizing. Might have to check on those. Oh, where's the fish? There might not even be any fish. You know, I better... Oh. It seems like they're still all synchronizing, so I don't think that actually made any change. I need to figure out the proper way to stop a synchronizer from working. I don't know if this is necessarily working, setting the visibility mode. So, yeah, I gotta figure that out. Or it might just be because they all start at idle. Like, I don't know. These are things that I need to research, but I think it could be interesting. I'll put a to-do here. Optimize fish networking by disabling not in view. Yeah. Alrighty. Anyways, we got an ad starting in a minute. My apologies. Let's work on some freaking maze game, guys. There's a whole bunch of things that I want to do. Maze game. Which I think I need to start calling it Deadlift now. I think that's probably going to be the name. So. We got a new entity that we can add in. So let's do that. He's going to move around like Ares, so. Call him the Kobold. We're going to make his frames unique. And now change all that stuff. So this is the guy. Got a whole bunch of images I need to save here. Eek. So Kobold front run item. Okay. Looks like all the names are already good to go. Epic. Big kudos to Zach for doing it right. Makes my job easy. Oops. Shoot. So yeah, there's an idle animation, there's a running animation, and then a running with an item. We're going to save all these and then get working on implementing these animations in. And I think that's all of them, so. Anyways, let's get rid of all of these now. load from disk, I guess. Call this guy a kobold. Yeah, so he can steal items. He's going to be kind of just a little nuisance. He can steal items from your rovers, also from inside of your elevator if you're not there. So he's going to be a little mischievous guy. Let's just delete all these animations. Have to do one by one. Awesome. All right, so we got walk back. Let's do that one. Sprites, entities, kobold, back, run. You can see he's much smaller than Ares. So we need to reset his offset. Because I think all these images, he's 120 pixels tall, so his offset should only be 60. I think. I don't know why I have his position like that. Let's change his collision shape, make unique. His height is only 1 meter. Boom. It'd be cool if he spawned in packs. Yeah, I think we'll probably have this guy have the potential to spawn multiple times for sure. We're gonna be doing some, like, let's see, front run. Some, spawning wait tables so that we can decide who spawns and how many spawn. So, kobold run side. Okay, so that's his normal walking animations. You can see it in action. That one may need more frames at some point, the side. Because it's hard to tell that he's actually moving. But it's fine for now. I know that these are just temporary little rough sprites. They're not meant to be final. Alright. Now we need idle back, idle front, idle side. So kobold back idle, boom, idle front, kobold, idle front run, idle, here we go, boom, and then the side, idle side, there we go. Alright, so there's all his idle animations, his walking animations, and then he has his walking with item. So walk item front, walk item back, walk item side. So run with item front. Boom. Running with an item on the side. Run item side. Boom. And then running with an item from the back. Run. Run item back. There we go. Alright, so that's all his animations. We'll have to spend a lot of time setting up his, like, logic. It's going to be a harder part. Let's go ahead and create a new script here. He's going to extend from entity. Kobold. Let's give him his ID. the entities table. Oops. We got the hollow, we got Ares. Now we're gonna have Kobold. And I think he's gonna be really fast. So I don't know what Ares' speed is by default. 1. He should be like twice as fast. So if he has an item in his hands, he'll never go idle. That is a good question. I don't think he will. I think if he ever has an item, he's going to be running away. So, I don't think you'll ever actually see him idle with an item. If that is a thing, then we can easily add that on, I'm sure, so. But we'll see. These are just mainly kind of test sprites right now, so I'm not super worried if we're missing stuff. And he's not going to be aggressive. He won't deal any damage or anything. Alright, so let's see if he works now. He should be spawning in, I believe, so... Like in the world scene, I think it just picks random guys. Let's boot it up and see. We do need to fix the audio up here on the surface. Because right now it's still echoey and sounds like I'm in a maze. So that's an experiment with NPC dialogue. We're going to be working on that a little bit. And sorry if it's loud. I do need to add a volume slider to this game. There's no options menu yet. We'll be working on that also. So let's see if we see these kobold guys running around. Hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? What are we up to today on your stream? I'm looking into the distance, see if I can see him peering. I'm just banging my head against the Vintage Story modding wall. Oh, yeah. Vintage Story is really fun. I gotta play more of that. It's a cool game. I've always enjoyed it. I don't see any guys around. Might have just gotten unlucky. It's possible he might have just not spawned in, so we'll see. Yeah, it's cool stuff. I've never really thought about modding that game. It seems cool though. From what I've heard, the modding with that game is supposed to be pretty easy. I don't know if that's always the case, I guess, for every kind of mod. I'm sure it could get tricky, but it seems interesting. It's supposed to be easier than Minecraft modding, at least from what I've heard. Super good. Very excited to try to make stuff in it. Dev has been going well. Yeah, it's been going pretty good. Yeah, I've been kind of on a little bit of a hiatus. I had a funeral I had to go to fly out to. That was, yeah, like last weekend. And then I got sick immediately after, so it's been like over a week since my last stream. But we're back in it. Yeah, we worked on some Starground stuff. Just minor things. I set up some like sort of automation for, not like automation for the gameplay wise, but before I used to have to manually define every single entity and dungeon room that spawns on multiplayer. So now that's done automatically by the game itself, so I don't have to do that anymore. It's pretty nice. We just drew a door and some other just little random miscellaneous things here and there. Yeah, it's going good though. We've swapped over to maze game stuff now. We just added in a new guy, which I don't see him spawning anywhere. So I don't know if he actually spawned in or not. But I've been running through these halls looking for him. I don't know where he is. I might need to just temporarily increase his like spawn rate. Make it so only he can spawn so I can actually find him. But yeah. Yeah, it's very approachable. Things are just a bit less intuitive in some capacities from what I'd qualify. Yeah. It's on the easier side. Cool. Yeah, it does seem cool. I do really like Vintage Story, yeah. It's a fun game. For me, like, Vintage Story, one of the reasons it's so fun is the, like, the exploration aspect of it, you know? Or, like, the learning process. Because, like, playing through Minecraft, right, it's like, I already know how to craft everything and where everything is. Like, I have all of the knowledge I could possibly acquire for that game. So sometimes it's really boring to play because there's nothing new that I ever really have to encounter or learn. But that's what's cool about Vintage Story, because it's just it's like playing Minecraft again, but like, yeah, having that chance to like actually learn things and like figure things out as you go along. It's really fun. I know people always look at it and just think, oh, Minecraft clone, but it definitely is a completely different like experience gameplay-wise playing that game. Like, it's got so much more of a focus on just like sheer survival and realism versus creativity, which is kind of a fun thing, I think. I'm glad that it's like different, you know? Yeah, I don't know where this guy is. I don't think he spawned. Oh, there he is. So yeah, you can see he's a tiny little guy. I need to increase the speed of his animations. Yeah, he just runs around and grabs items and stuff. I need to make him even faster, because he should be like sprinting, basically. He doesn't walk slow like this. So let's go do that. But yeah, there he is. I do need to start doing sounds for enemies and stuff. That's something I need to get to. But yeah. Let's see. Glad you're back. Hopefully you'll kick the cold right. Yeah, I'm already on. It's on its way out already, I think. So hopefully I'll be good to go. Yeah, let's up his animation speed to like twice as much, to 10. Did I loop all these? Yeah, we're good. And I even want his idols to kind of be fast, because he's like he's an unstable guy. He should be really fast. Let's like double his speed, basically. Funny enough, I'm also dealing with a spawning issue in Vintage Story. Oh yeah. Interesting. Yeah, playing it starts to feel like recitation. Yeah, that's always, I think, the thing that kills my like servers and stuff I play on is like I have to work so hard at trying to give myself challenges and things to do that it just becomes not fun anymore. Like, I think the problem is always like the game moves from being like a pure survival thing into just the only sense of challenge I can ever get out of Minecraft is by just being super creative. But sometimes it's exhausting. So yeah, it's far more survival focused. Creativity is well embedded, but it's hard to get to the point where you got the resources. Yeah, it's nice because it's like rewarding, I think. You've battled and survived your way up finally to getting to the point where you can actually be creative, instead of it where it is like with Minecraft, where it just feels like it's sort of that from the very beginning, or at least from the first few hours after I've gotten diamond gear and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, because then you're picking these big ambitious projects for yourself and the game becomes work. It really does, yeah. It's kind of annoying. Of course I love Minecraft. It's not that I think it's a bad game or anything, but there we go. Now he's going. Yeah, he should be like just a little bit slower than the player sprinting, so I think the speed is perfect. Because I want people to be able to catch up to him and grab the item if absolutely necessary. But it should be really difficult. You kind of want to like be able to trap him and stuff, so I think this is good. Yeah, if you leave your elevator, I want him to run into the elevator and grab things. So. Oh no, what do I do? He's gonna get me. Oh no. Yeah, anyways. That's great, yeah. That should be fun. Bye, Aries. Oh, man. Yeah, I've got all the, like, shop stuff set up now, which is nice. It's actually pretty much fully working. You can trade with guys that show up in the elevator. And I need to get the dialogue set up. That's one of the next things, too. That's gonna be really easy, I think. Yeah, you can trade with them now. It gives us some peanut butter. So yeah. Yeah, I do need a volume slider for this game. I need to implement an options menu, perhaps. But yeah. But it's coming along. I think we're really close. It is the Little Big Planet music, yeah. It was the first thing that came to mind when I thought of elevator music. So I just decided why not. I'm gonna probably remove it because I'm sure it's copyrighted. But yeah. It's fine temporarily. Yeah, gameplay wise, this game it's almost there, like the gameplay loop. We've got the entities in and stuff, and we've got food and trading and all that kind of jazz. The only thing that we have left to do is implementing the whole like consuming water and food mechanic, right? That's kind of the final step toward it being a real game. So, oh yeah, also guys, I burned my finger. I forgot to, might have seen that in the announcement. It's actually healed up really fast. That was another thing that stopped me from streaming. But it still hurts a lot. But now it's healed to the point where I don't think I need a bandage on it. It's a pretty bad burn. Like, I've never gotten a burn to this level before. I've gotten little minor burns where it's just kind of red and then disappears. But this one was pretty serious, actually. Like, it blistered up and it's, like, red. It's definitely a 2nd degree burn. It's pretty brutal. It wasn't even from anything that, like, it was just from some water. I was just microwaving because I got sick. So I was microwaving some water to make a Theraflu, and then the water boiled up over my mug. And since I was like holding my mug, when the water boiled over, I didn't want to like break the mug. So I had to just slowly go like set it down, and I got exposed for too long to the boiling water. Yeah, now what I'm doing to prevent another injury like that, you can actually just leave your spoon inside of your mug of water. I know it seems cursed because, you know, metal and microwave bad, but it's actually like fine. It's pretty interesting. But as long as the spoon doesn't touch the edge of the microwave or any other metal, like you can't put forks and stuff in the microwave because it causes plasma arcs across the prongs of the fork. But since a spoon is just round, it doesn't matter. And especially since it's also inside of water, it's fine. I'm not recommending everybody goes and puts a bunch of metal in their microwave, but it seems to be fine. And it stops because what happens is, like microwaves, it can heat up the water beyond boiling. So what happened with me was that it was like superheated water. So as soon as I poured my powder mix in, it like activated the boiling, and then it'll just boiled up over. That's what happened. It was pretty bad. But yeah. And I can't imagine, like, it's pretty impressive how painful this tiny little spot on my finger is. It's pretty crazy. Like, it's right now, like, even just brushing it against like fabric is like super painful. It's so like impossible for me to imagine just how horrifically painful like having a full body burn would be. That would actually be like probably one of the worst injuries you could ever acquire. That would be so bad. I instantly really feel bad for people that have gone through that, because it's like, man. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it was at a point where I couldn't even expose it to air. Even just a light breeze of air was excruciatingly painful on it. So I had to keep it covered at all times. It's just ridiculous. It's insane. I didn't know that, like, it could be that painful from just a little tiny, not even like an inch spot on my finger. It's ridiculous. But yeah, anyways. PSA, be careful around boiling water. It's more dangerous than you think. Yeah, anyways. We got this new guy in here. We're gonna work on his code later on. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I just want to start building up these guys and getting their animations set up so that, like, I can start really expanding out all the entities. But yeah, let's get working on the next part. This is the other thing. This is one of the big things that we need to make this game playable. So I want to get the eating and drinking stuff set up. I've been thinking about where I want to position that stuff. I think I'm going to just have a plate right here that you can put your food on, and a coaster for your water or something. So let's go ahead and open up Blender. And the way it's going to work... Oh yeah, Blender 5 is out. Am I updated to Blender 5? Yeah, I am. Ooh. What is new about Blender 5? Full support for ACEs, color management, HDR, volumes, SDF nodes, and geometry nodes. Yeah, I saw there's a scatter on surface modifier. That's going to actually be super helpful. Let's import our Blender 4.5 preferences. I'm not sure. I haven't read the release notes. Yeah. This is the very cream of the crop, but I bet there's a million changes. It's actually a video summary. Let's watch that. Oh my god, it's 53 minutes? Okay, I might have to skim through a little bit.
Blender 5.0 has just been...
Yeah, scatter on surface modifier is super cool. It just lets you like create a model like a tree and just scatter it all over a surface. Before you had to do like a hair simulation for that and stuff, and it was really annoying. But it's so cool to be able to do that now. It's like, what is this? There's like curves going on here.
And the ability to merge just these.
Oh, you can do rotations on arrays now. There's so many cool things. I know this is like total nerd stuff, but it is so cool though. Why is my quality 0?
In programming terms, and not like hovering. The mesh deform and surface deform modifiers now use significantly less memory, have much better undo performance, and can handle denser meshes.
There's so many things, aren't there?
And anything else. A new add operator, lattice deform selected, now surrounds the current selection with the lattice and automatically applies the lattice modifier. This makes simple, non-destructive deformation.
That's so crazy that you can do that. This got, oh my god, there's gonna be a million things. I need to like, I thought this video was gonna be slow, but it's like every 10 seconds it's talking about a new thing. I'm gonna have to actually watch this whole video. Yeah, UV editing stuff. Animation rigging, that's interesting. I guess it is a major, it's 5.0 now, so. Rendering stuff. Is Cycles X real yet? I know that's been talked about for a long time. I don't know.
Option to slice in object space, which allows for
That's
using
this guy.
it on instance objects, but without the performance.
You can do like adaptive subdivisions now. This is crazy, dude. Compositing stuff, video editing, virtual reality. Are those things in Blender? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that whole video. Clearly. Anyways. Whoa, what is all this? Visible tabs? I can hide stuff now? That's cool. But yeah, scatter on surface is gonna be so cool. Oh, it's so cool. Then you just select the object you want scattered and then you're done. It's so much easier than how it used to be. I can just be like, boom, boom. Look at that, instantly. It's so nice. Density. I can up that to like 100. Then I can make this sphere smaller. Apply the scale. It looks kind of neat. I wonder if there's like, yeah, randomized stuff I was just about to say. So you can randomize rotation. You can randomize the scale. You can have stuff like flip. Surface offset. It's gonna be so nice. I'm gonna have a good time using this new modifier. Not gonna lie. Anyways, what else is going on in here? It's all the new modeling stuff. I need to give that a good look through. Is there Cycles X now? Oh. What have I done? Yikes. I killed it, guys. First crash of 5.0. Let's try this again. I should probably get rid of Blender Kit. I don't use this anymore even. And it just keeps like complaining. Oh god. Okay, I should get rid of Blender Kit. Let's do that. Bye. What's the other thing I was gonna check? Oh yeah, there's also the adaptive subdivision. That might be a thing inside the camera. Not sure. There's one other thing I want to look at. Why can't I remember it? Oh yeah, cycles. I can't remember if we're on Cycles X now or not. I feel like we probably are. Anyways, I'll look through all that stuff another time. Let's open up our elevator scene. And we need to add some meshes here. It's pitch black. I guess there is no light source. Oh. Blender? Okay. So I'm going to shift this over a little bit. I might also possibly shrink it a little bit. But do this on local space. And I want to put a plate right there. Let's do a cylinder. And lower the vertice count. Depth, 0.1. Let's see, radius, so it's going to fit one food item. Item's 0.5 meters. So let's keep it at 0.5. Look at that plate. Now we're gonna model this and make it look cool. First things first. It's a little too thick. Now I want to give it like a rim. It's probably okay for now. It's a little big though. Let's shrink it down on those axes to 0.8. So you're gonna put the food on this plate. And then we're gonna have a coaster over on the side for like a liquid. Just gonna give this a new white material. White. Shade that smooth. It's a little too smooth. There we go. And a coaster is literally just a cylinder, but much smaller. Even smaller than that, probably. Yeah. Just like that. And then we're going to model a chair that goes in right here too. Just like an office chair, probably. I presume. Yeah. So let's just find a little stupid reference. One that looks old and uncomfortable. Let's see. I like how this guy looks. So let's start with a... What do we want to start with? I guess a plane. Oops. And then I think we just want to shrink the centers so we get this vibe. Okay. Extrude all this vertically. By 0.25 or something, it doesn't matter. Now we're gonna bevel these edges. Here, before I do that, let's apply scale. Let's do, yeah, 4. 5. Let's do 5. Well, that's just lovely. See, I think I can change this stuff to arc. Nope. Patch does not work. Well, we'll have to do some manual fixing of that. It's fine. pretty messed up though, huh? Alright, let's just start merging vertices in here. All these can merge together. There we go. I think that seems mostly fixed. It's a little weird though. What are these vertices here? There we go. Then I can just do a, no, it doesn't really let me. See, how'd I do this? Let's undo all that. I think I can just select these two and extend them on the, let's go local. Nope. Let's go like 0.03. It looks okay. It's a little funky though. Now let's redo this a little bit. I'm gonna get another plane in here. Loop cut these. I think I'll do what I did last time. This time I'm going to rotate this 45 so it's like this. Now apply all the transforms. Before we extrude everything up, I'm going to start with doing a bevel on the vertices. Let me make it a little more rounded like that. That's looking much better, I think. Then I think just give it 1. I kind of want to go through and selectively choose which ones get beveled off, kind of like this. Or we can just move these that way. And that's sort of better, I think. So let's move all these by a consistent amount. 0.1 in. Same with these guys. Oops. Alright, that just feels better. We'll have wheels down there and stuff. Alright. Chair part. We need the seat. Let's give this a shape. Make it a little more rounded. Oops. Sort of like that. We are going for a low poly vibe, so obviously I don't want to make things too high fidelity. I think right about there is pretty good. Go a little more, 0.4 maybe. We'll probably only extend maybe about to there. Okay. And now, I'm actually just going to duplicate this, why not? It's not even too bad. I kind of want these vertices to be out. We have to redo the surface now. Same with these ones. Let's see all those. And then these guys. Boom. Alright. Now we just want some supports. Which these can probably just be planes. Oops. Should have only done that on the Z. So I want it to be... Actually, these might come up around the back of this chair. Yeah. I guess I'd imagine these would also connect kind of up underneath the chair. Yeah. That'll work. Oh, man. Like that, and now we just got to do the mechanisms under here. We'll just start with a cube. Let's do 2 cuts. I'm not going to worry so much about how this stuff looks under here. Then a cylinder. Just let me redo that one. Let's only do 8 vertices. And I'll probably loop cut this down here. Oops. Select those guys. We will extrude along normals. Sort of like that. And the only other thing here are wheels. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's do the wheels. These will be, yeah, octagons. Okay, let's set origin to mass. Set the Y to 0. And these will be all rotated in random directions, I imagine. So let's just go. Sort of like that. Now there we are. We have a chair. Just so I don't have to worry about... Well, nah, we can make it work. Would mean I need another material, though. You know, it's only one model in the entire game. It'll be fine. Let's just do this. Then shade smooth on these. Like that. Let's go a little more. Okay. That I don't really want shaded smooth. Those can both go smooth. So can the wheels. And there we go. Office chair. So we're going to keep this top part of the chair completely separate. So we're going to join all those together. First off, apply this modifier. Now join that. Of course, the auto smoothing gets messed up, so let's fix that. There we go. Then all these guys can join together. Join. And then I want to parent this one to the bottom. And I'm going to set the origin of that node to right here. So we're going to say cursor to selected, and then say set it to cursor. This is from Acefi. Now this is going to be in-game, actually. But, yeah. But maybe I can make the chair the maze game chair. Why not? So it's probably going to be way too big. Yeah, that's fine. And press E to spin, yeah. We're going to make this smaller. Fit the space a little better. I don't know why the origin is way down there. Whatever. We'll just set the origin point there then. So it's still too big. Let's go just a little bit more. I'm thinking right there. And this should be fine. We'll see what this looks like in game and stuff, of course. I want it pretty pushed into the table here, because obviously I don't want it taking up walkable space in here. It's mainly meant to just be sort of a... what's the word? Decoration more than anything. But yeah. So let's save it, see what this looks like now. And we will have to figure out where these rovers are going to have to go. Because obviously the chair does take up that space a little bit. But we can probably figure that out. I might even like have a rack somewhere maybe for the rovers, or I'm not sure. Let's move this out of the chair. Yeah, the water will sit on the coaster over here like this. Or the drink, whatever you decide to drink. So we're going to add in some more item slots here now. So let's just drag it in here. Boom. Item slot. It's hard to see exactly where the mesh is. It doesn't show me for some reason. But I think it's going to be right around there. Call this one food slot, then water slot. Now I can see it. Oh, this is very faint. It's extremely faint. Put it right around there. So yeah, we should be able to put stuff down now. Let's try it out really quick. Chair feels probably about right size-wise. We could probably shrink it maybe just a touch more. It is a little tall. And I guess that plate is pretty huge then, so let's shrink that a bit too, shall we? It's probably a little more reasonable. I don't know if the meshes are going to update live. Probably not. We have to restart the game. Yeah, that's better. Ugh. Somehow that's already on the slot. Oh, I just positioned it like perfectly to be on there. So I guess that is one problem though, because we can put an item on the slot here, and then I can't interact with the item anymore. So that's something we're gonna have to figure out. I'll probably just keep this interaction block short. So wish I could like make custom. I don't know, maybe I'll make it so I can define a manual collision spot because it's really hard to see. It's hard to like customize. Let's just say if there's not one defined, it adds this one. But otherwise. Save our collision shape as type collision shape 3D. This. And if there's no collision shape, then let's go ahead and create one. Then we're going to say collision shape dot shape is equal to box shape 3D dot new. Is equal to set size. I think that's what we do here. Let's see. Set size is a vector 3. All right. Oh yeah, we also have to say this is a string here. Snooze the add. All right, so now we should be able to define our own custom collision shape for an item slot if we want. Let's just delete this one from being the default. So let's see, it's 0.7 on the X. Let's actually remember that. Pizza Pit is a hidden gem, yeah. I appreciate it. It is kind of a fun game. I would like to go back to that and expand it out with more stuff, just for fun. Because I think it'd be kind of cool. But yeah. Always did have a good time playing that game and stuff. And working on it. So I wish I knew the position of this plate. Which I can get. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Minus 1968 on the Y. There we go, now I know it's centered. The fishing game could have a Pizza Pit fish, yeah. That'd be kind of fun. Would not be opposed. Yeah, I do want to be working on that game more soon. On Lured In. Hopefully I can do that. Sure it will be. It looks pretty even. So that's the food slot, and then we want one for the water slot. So collision shape. Oops, probably leave it there. I don't know exactly where the center of, like, I guess I could just look at this food item and see what is the y-axis. And just give that to the water slot here. Okay, oops. It's hard to see where these things line up. Now let's go into this. No, that view does not help. See, I think it's definitely off. Yeah. I think that's better. All right, let's try this out then. See if this feels better to interact with. You have a fish contest for Lured In later down the line if you ever need more fish. Yeah, that could be pretty fun to do. Yeah, design your own fish. It'd also be cool to add in some of those fish into Starground as well. I've been thinking about that. There we go. Now I can interact with this stuff without it causing problems. It's a little weird though that it blocks, like you can see I can't interact with the plate because the item's on top. I thought it should disable the item though. Let's see what happens here. So I say hold item. And on here I say can grab. Okay, but it still has a collision. I think that's the problem. Is I have to like set that item to be non-pick-upable. So in item, yeah, cause see I set the collision layer 3 on pickup. Let's just do pickup then, when an item slot grabs it. So we can say current item dot pickup. Current item, we can statically type this to type of item. Is it release or drop? It's drop. Let's give that a try. That should stop it from acting as a collision shape. That'll probably make that much more reliable to interact with. So now I can interact with this. Boom. If it's on there, oh, it's still like blocking it for some reason, even though I set the collision shape to be false. Because I say current item dot pickup. I set gravity scale, then collision layer. It might be because of when I'm calling that, actually. Because I think over here, like hold item here. Yeah, I say player dot drop item. And that calls item dot drop. So that's the problem. I don't know why I'm holding the item before I drop the item from the player, you know, that's kind of weird. Oh, I guess it's because of this right here. So I'll say var item is that. Then I drop the player's item. Then I say hold item. And then in there I can say current item. Pick up. And hopefully that fixes that now. Release items. So we say drop. That's fine. And then player pickup. That should be okay. Love the new starting area, by the way. Oh, yeah, I saw up in here. Like, somebody was mentioning. Where was that? Yeah, I'm just a streamer too in this game. Yeah, I did that whole starting area. I think it's kind of nice. Let's do that. Okay, so now this should work. Hopefully, let's try it out. Yeah, I think it. I always wanted the player to kind of walk into the maze, like into the elevator. I'm gonna be doing some more work up in this area. I'm probably gonna make some kind of hole in the fence or something, so it's kind of like, you know, environmental storytelling, explaining how the player got here. I also want to mess with some like terrain stuff. Like I want to be able to draw multiple types of terrain. So draw like kind of a path leading up to here and stuff. Just make it look better. Also, I think there's going to be some items scattered around up here too. Just for fun. But yeah. There we go. So now you can see I just hover over this. There's no... The item doesn't block the interaction zone anymore. Now it's just normal. Good. It's actually the same with these too, which is good. I don't need to do the weird collision stuff that I did before. Because before I had the slots slightly larger because I needed it to be larger than the item collision area. But now I just set that back to 0.5, so it's neat. Yeah, this should work pretty well. Got fingers burning right now. Yeah, so basically the idea for the eating mechanics and stuff in this game is you have your plate. And this is how you decide what food you actually want to eat at the end of the day. So you can pick like, okay, I'm going to eat this, put it on the plate, and drink this, put it on my coaster. And then you click on the chair, you interact with the chair to end the day. So it's kind of like you're falling asleep, you know. But yeah. Should work. I'm probably going to move this tablet over a little bit now, so it's not in the way of the food. Yeah, I think this should all work out. Ourselves a little space over there. So let's go grab the tablet. Where's the tablet? Oh, it's called controller. Let's scooch it over and fix some of the rotation a little bit. Sort of like that. Scooch it out a little bit more. Yeah. So the plan still to have drone storage under the table. I would like to. I'm still thinking about how that's all gonna work. I think I could probably still squeak the rover in there, but it is a little more complicated. Something I think I've thought about is removing like the generator. But I do like the visual of knowing there's something powering the elevator. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. This is one of the harder parts about this game is just trying to squeeze everything in, right? But I think I can probably make it work. I might reposition this so that the crafting station's in the middle, and then we move the chair and the plate and stuff down over here, so that it'd be easier to squeak or to like line up the 3 rovers down in there and then have the chair over on the right, instead of this weird like 1 rover over there and there. Because let's see, if I rotate this rover, I mean, it definitely fits nicely under here, right? Like I can line 1 up there. I don't know if it's going to fit 3 rovers, though. That's the only concern. I mean, it's possible I could remodel the rover so that it's thinner, but I don't really want to have to do that. I mean, I think the rover should have some thickness to it. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. So, sorry about the ads. Yeah, I mean, definitely I feel like it might be best just to move the chair over here. I don't want it to block the shop menu, but I don't think it will. Tune storage, then your active rover wouldn't be bad. Well, I think, though, I do want people to be able to, like, have multiple active rovers at the same time. Because you can swap between which rover is selected in the tablet. So, I don't know, it's tricky. Yeah, that's one of the challenges of this place. I mean, we do have more wall space here, right? So, like, obviously we've got our item storage down here. But we could... I think there's going to be sort of an empty space here. We could squeeze something up there, I don't know. Unless we just limit it to 2 rovers. I mean, that's another option. Is 3 rovers too many? Maybe. I mean, worst case scenario, I can just extend out the elevator a little bit more. Which I might end up doing. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Let's go ahead and swap positions of these things here. So let's just grab these guys. They're gonna move down to this edge. And now move this in the middle. That'll definitely help. But Just show me the submerger. Come up with a great solution. Well, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really know if 3 rovers is too many or what. Because it might already be kind of difficult to manage 2 at the same time. 3 is definitely a lot, you know? It is cool to have a bunch of rovers, but... yeah, it's just one of those things I don't know if it's entirely necessary. And if it's not necessary, I don't want to have to, you know, complicate everything else trying to make it fit. So I think it's one of those things I'm just going to have to experiment with. So let's get this water slot kind of more centered here, I think. It's so hard to tell if this is in the center or not. It's close enough, I guess. I can always adjust it later. But that gives us 2 nice spots for these rovers now. At least 2. I mean, you can see, like, it almost fits 3. So, like, we could probably just extend the elevator out a little bit. Just so we can fit them in nicely. Alright, because this is where we're at now. Like, we just need, like, another ½ meter. And we'd probably be okay. And it might be a little cramped anyways on the workbench here, so we'll have to see. I might even need to anyways. But so far I think the layout's looking pretty good though. Might even change this board here to be more centered, possibly. Just so it looks more important. I'll have to see. So what's up, Oshik? Yeah, we're working on Maze Game now. Alright, so let's get started on dialogue, because actually, in order for this to make sense, the food stuff, I kind of need dialogue added to the game. So we're also going to make it so to end... yeah, we got a whole outside now. It's got trees and stuff. It's funny how all the trees are all like lined up flat. But yeah, they have a script that makes them rotate toward the player. So let's see. Let's just start getting some functions set up in order to do dialogue here. I swear I had a node on here for the player. I don't know where that went. I might have accidentally lost it. I think I did. I think one time my computer shut down to update. Vince is always the Void reference. Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking about that. I was like, this is how Voice of the Void does it, isn't it? But it's a good way to do it. So anyways, this is where the player dialogue will end up being. I'll probably make the font size smaller. 12, maybe? Do I really want to starve? Player's gonna be... oh, that doesn't have a question mark in that font? Well, that font's not gonna work. What other fonts do I have? I know I have some others I imported. Anderson, I think, was the one that I wanted to use instead. Let's replace our default font, because I think this one is not. Oh! Ah! I just touched my finger. Ouch. Yeah, it's so sensitive. Owie, owie. Gotta be careful about that. Ah. Hurts so much. Okay. What do I have set as the font on here? Right there. Let's change it to Anderson. Yeah, that font's is much more readable. I think it's going to work better as a main font. Anyways, let's go ahead and set up some code now so we can... Ah, man. My finger is pulsating with pain. Doesn't even really look injured. I think it's okay, but man, that hurt. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna do a function that displays the text. Nothing too wacky. So let's just say speak. Text is a string. We're going to say dialogue.text is equal to text. And then we're going to start the dialogue. There's like the visibility ratio. Display text here. Visible ratio will start off being 0. Then we're going to create a tween. So our tween is create tween. So, hey, Plobby, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Tween property. So we're going to do that node. Visible ratio. It's going to go to 1. Now, for duration, we can just kind of calculate the time. I'm going pretty good. Had the week off. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I've been sick, which is unfortunate. Hence, part of the reason why I haven't streamed in like over a week. But I'm getting better, though. Definitely on the way out of it, so yeah. But it wasn't too bad. It was... As far as sickness goes, it's pretty mild. Yeah, we're doing good. We're just working on Maze Game right now. I'm setting up some player dialogue, just a function to activate player dialogue. It's going to be kind of the way that we explain things to the player by the character just talking. So, for example, with this, there's a mechanic in this game, right, to eat at the end of each day. So if a player tries to leave the elevator without putting food down, instead of having to have some like little guy yapping in the corner like, hey, you need to make sure to eat, we can just like have everything through the perspective of the player. I think it's a good way to teach players without like breaking the immersion. So if there's no food on your plate and you activate the chair to sleep or whatever, the character will just be like, do I really want to go to bed without eating? Something along those lines, you know. I think it should work well, though. And then, of course, NPCs are also going to have dialogue with the player and stuff, so. But yeah. Just got to calculate the time. So we're just going to get the length of the text. You can just say get, what is that, length? Then we want to just get a number for that. So time is our length divided by how long do we want for each character. So like, let's say our length of our text is 20 characters. We divide by 20. That'll be 1 second long. Let's just try that to start out. Set that to be empty text. All right. Now, just to test it, I'm going to go ahead and do call that function somewhere randomly down in here. I'm just going to say if randi range 0 to 1000 is equal to 1000, then go ahead and do it. So we'll call the function speak. I am hungry. Let's see what that looks like. And I'll add in some audio players. So yeah, text is definitely too small. We're gonna increase the size of it. Let's go into here. I did forcibly overwrite that, so let's undo that. I think I kind of want to add a little bit more of a spacer, perhaps even a background. Which I think we can do with a rich text label. Just give it a flat style box. Make it black, which doesn't seem to work. Or I think it's fill that we want. I can never remember the one. It's not fill. Is it normal? Might be normal. Yeah, it's normal. Okay, but I gotta fix this from expanding all the way. So let's say shrink center horizontally. That does not seem to have worked though. Fill, expand. Nope. Okay, that's not gonna work. Hey, Kangles, yeah, I am alive. Welcome in. Sorry for such a massive hiatus from stream stuff. I wasn't planning on that, but it just kind of ended up being that way. But we're back, and we're working on Maze Game right now, so it's all good. It's all over and done with now, which is nice. But yeah, I'm glad to be back home doing stuff. I'm just thinking something like this, and then we can give it some transparency. Maybe a little more. Maybe we make the text yellow. Perhaps. So we can just depend on here. BB code tag, yellow. Yeah, we're just working on getting the dialogue stuff set up in the game right now, so it's coming along just nicely. I'm also going to start this off then as being dot modulate.a at 0, just so it's invisible. And then we have another tween property over here, so let's say tween, parallel, set parallel, true. Then, yeah, let's just copy this one. Our dialogue, we're going to do modulate A. Set it to 1, and this is going to be over the course of like 0.1 seconds. And then I think after quite a while, we can fade it out back to invisible. So let's set it back to not being parallel. So as soon as both of those are done... Here, let's do this. We can actually just chain it. Never remember how this works, but we can say like chain, I think. Where is that one? Okay, so you can say run after the above two are finished. So this is good. We can say tween.chain. Dot tween property dialog modulate a back to being 0 over the course of 1 second. And I think I can just do chain again on this and say tween interval for like, give ourselves like at least 2 seconds to read what we said. Let's try this out. So you can see down there. Okay, it's a little quirky. I gotta kill this tween. So let's do dialog tween, right? If dialog tween dot kill, and say it's equal to create tween. And that'll fix that. Let's try this again. So now watch the dialogue down there. I am hungry. And it waits 2 seconds and then fades out. Yeah, that works pretty well, actually. I like how that looks. It's not too distracting or anything. It's pretty minimal UI. And I'll add a audio emitter to go along with that too, so it's like the player's actually talking. Yeah, this is the outside zone. So you're gonna start up here. This is we're gonna do some environmental storytelling to kind of indicate that the player has you know, found this place, or there's like a hole in the fence here or something, so they've walked through. Yeah, this is where you're gonna start up here. I might include a couple items you can find around here, like maybe there's some wood and stuff, you know, just to grab. But yeah. Then you're gonna walk into the elevator and get going. Sorry for how loud it is. I need to add a volume slider. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. Now we got the dialogue thing at the bottom, so that'll be good. It'll be kind of a good way to, like I was saying just a minute ago, like, essentially doing a sort of tutorial without breaking our immersion. And you can see one of the new guys we added today. Get over here. See him running around. He's really fast. Nah, he's doing so much progress, yeah. I did all that in like one night. It was kind of fun. But I haven't been working on this for like over a week, so we're getting back into it. Just today we added in there's a plate and a coaster, so that's kind of how you decide like what you want to eat and drink for the day. So I can be like, okay, I want to drink that and then eat this. Obviously, not a good idea to eat a log, but you know, you'll actually be putting real food on there, I imagine. Yeah, that's how that's gonna work. And then you can interact with the chair to kind of like skip to the next day. And I think it's assumed that you've decided to, you eat whatever's on here. So this is what the dialogue's for. Like, if you click on that chair without having any food or water on your plate, it'll kind of give you like a little bit of a warning. So it's not like I have to have some big pop-up menu that's like, are you sure you want to do this? And then you have to click yes or no. Like, it's just a little passive, like, man, I guess I don't get to eat tonight thing from the player. Because I want to make sure we retain our, like, sense of immersion with this game. We want most things, like, any dialogue to be pretty diegetic. So it's like a thing actually sort of in the game. But yeah. I think this will work out just fine. We got our rovers under here. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. We're inching closer and closer towards like a playable version of this game, which is nice. I'll definitely be letting you guys know when it's time for that, for actually play testing it and stuff. Yeah, one of the next things I need to get working on is more like the generation of the maze, like specifically gathering items up with the rover and stuff. It looks a little silly as it is right now. I would like if it kind of has like either an arm that sticks out from the rover to grab the item, or one idea I had, which I think will work pretty well, is in like your rover view, if there's an item on your screen. So let's say you're like, this is the area you're in, the hallway, you know, that's where you're going. You get the idea. If there's like some food over here or something, or an item that you can pick up, I want there to be like an overlay on top of the screen, kind of like this, that like highlights it. And then the rover like has like a line and then some text of what the item is. You know what I mean? Just as a way to both handle how the rover decides what item it's deciding to pick up, and also as another like bonus for using the rover versus on foot. Because if you can easily spot things in the dark by searching with your rover, it's going to make way more sense to use your rover to gather up items, which is the gameplay that I want to encourage, right? So yeah. Anyways. Let's, we could do the talking thing for the player now. Let's get our audio stream player. Set it to World SFX. We're just gonna get like a couple sounds. Might even just use JSFXR. It's probably gonna be super loud, so I'm gonna turn down desktop audio. That's what I want it to sound like. I don't know what like thing I'm gonna use for that. I'll probably just do a sustained noise that just keeps repeating. You know, kind of like Undertale does with Sans. You know, the classic. That sounds nasty, though. Well, if we're gonna do that, let me just actually open up voice recorder and like... Uh-oh, snow expected. It's gonna start snowing, guys. He's just gonna go... all right. DaVinci Resolve. Gotta wait for that to open up. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is just, let's rename this to player dialogue. We'll start playing it at the beginning here, and then over here at the end, right here, dialogue tween.chain tween callback. We're gonna stop the player dialogue noise. I need to make sure the sound is fast enough so it actually does the pattern I want. Because it's got to be like... we have to figure out the rate at which the main player decides to talk at. We'll figure it out. Okay. Probably like this fast. Let's see if I can loop this and see what it sounds like. I can only loop it to there. And then where's the loop? There it is. A little faster than that. Let's knock it back a frame. Oh. Is that the fastest I can do it? I guess I can do it that fast. But then it's just instant. Yeah, I need to change the project settings to increase the FPS. I need to fix the timeline. I can't seem to change it though. It's playback. Let me look up how to do this. Change timeline. FPS. Oh, I see. It's just like I change it here. And then timeline settings. Here we go. Nope, that doesn't let me do it either. Huh. Let's figure out. Let's watch a video here.
You realize too.
Why are all my videos... Okay. What? How come he can do it?
You're creating and exporting is locked into that particular frame rate. There's a way around it. Right-click in the media pool and select Create New Timeline or use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+X settings. Go to the Format tab and select it.
So I had to do that at the very beginning, I guess. That's fine. Then don't use project settings. There we go. Now I can do 60. Well, that should be fine. All right, let's retry this then. Let's mark in, mark out. A little more right there. Yeah, there we go. That's more what I want. Maybe a little more. I think that's about what I want. I can just fade this ever so slightly. So let's go ahead and export it then. Audio. Ooh. There is no wave? Oh, there we go. Call it player talk. Go into here, save, add render. All right, let's go get this in the project. You gotta do the conversion process. It's annoying that I have to do that, but it's literally just the press of a button. And then player talk. Where is that? There it is. Now we load it in here, and then we're going to set player talk to a looping sound. So in import, we just say forward loop. Boom. All right, let's try it out. Should start. Yeah, that works. It works. I might swap it out from being just the Undertale into more like the way I do it in Starground. Yeah, I get it, guy. Calm down. The way I do it in Starground is I have a list of different audio files that can play. So like the Tree of Wisdom has like 10 different audio lines or whatever. So he talks this way, but each time he does the it can be like a different one. So it just adds a little more variety and makes it sound more like natural speech instead of a robot. But I think this works fine for now. Again, the whole philosophy of this game is like, you know, get things done. Focus on what is necessary for gameplay and not about little miscellaneous things like that, so. But yeah. He keeps yapping, dude. And I'll probably do the same system then for the other guys. So, hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Rollins be hungry, yeah. Yeah, he won't stop yapping. Yeah, if I got to that point where I was just walking around, just repeating to myself over and over, I am hungry. I'm probably pretty hungry. Yeah. Yeah, it'll work for now. And I'll do the same thing for this guy over here. I'm hungry. How much time have I spent on the game? This game I've spent... Let's see. A lot of my time is split between this and Starground. I'd say in terms of total development time, it's probably been about maybe a week or two. So not very long. We've gotten quite a bit done, I would say, given how little development time has really been, so. I haven't been like hitting it super hard. If I really wanted to, I could go crazy, but I think I would just get burnt out and not have a fun time. So I prefer not to do that. This guy's just constantly yapping, dude. We've done other games before? Yeah, I have the main game that I usually work on is called Starground. I can show that over here. It's on Steam. We were working on that earlier today. This game's a bit of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling. So you can build a factory and collect resources, and then you can go into the dungeons and fight enemies and stuff like that. So I appreciate it. But yeah, this I got this. What is that? Oh, it's a flower. I was like, oh, there's a little pixel error. Now we're good. Yeah, this is the game that I've been working on for a while. This, I guess, is what you would call the main project. It's been fun. I've learned a lot working on this. Multiplayer was a huge challenge with this game, but it is rewarding. It's cool to be able to say that the game is multiplayer and it works and stuff, you know, so it's fine. But probably wouldn't recommend it, though, doing multiplayer, unless you're ready for a difficult challenge. But yeah, it's been a fun time, though. I have enjoyed working on this game. But at the same time, I'm sort of ready to start moving on to other stuff, too. I mean, obviously, Starground isn't done, so I'm still going to be working on Starground for the foreseeable future. But it's nice to have some other projects on the side that I can sort of dabble with, take almost like a break, you know? So I don't go crazy working on the one same thing forever. I'm going to make a game someday? Yeah. I hope you do, Oshik. It'd be cool. How much time do I spend on Starground now? I'd say it's still mostly development on Starground. I'm not really going to fully slow down, I think, until, like, Starground is much closer to 1.0. Because right now, Starground's still in early access. So, that's kind of the reason. But yeah, we're, you know, getting there for sure. 0.15 will probably be out in like December, I imagine. So, yeah, I would say like 75% of my time is probably Starground. But it varies a lot, you know. Usually I do like a big stretch of working on Starground exclusively, and then I take a little bit of a break and work pretty much just on Maze Game, you know. And I like flip-flop depending on the day and stuff, so it's not like I have a timer set where I'm like, okay, 30 minutes here, then 30 minutes here, then 30 minutes here. But yeah, most of my time is still in Starground. There's just more that I have to do. But we're getting there. But yeah, Maze Game, the hope is to get it up, which is the, you know, this game that we're working on. The hope is to get it on Next Fest for February. It will be a pretty tight deadline, you know. There's not really a whole lot of time left to get it ready for that. But I think it's getting much closer. I hopefully that we can get like a decent demo ready to go for then. So it's either we do the February Next Fest or we do the one in like June or July. But that's a pretty big gap. So I think it just kind of depends on how progress is going by January, because that's when we have to decide. So we're just gonna have to keep working on stuff, and if we feel like we're on pace for a February Next Fest, then great. But otherwise, it's not the end of the world to delay that. I think one game that would definitely be ready for the February Next Fest is Lured In. So, because that game's so simple to develop, it's just a little idle game. I think I could easily get that ready to go if I really spend some time on it. So, not super worried about that. But yeah, it's coming along. I think a big thing that's going to help with development of this is just playtesting. We will be doing some public playtesting over on the Discord server and stuff, so you know, that'll be good. The plan is to do sort of a smaller, more like closed alpha. It's not closed because anybody can join, but you know, probably like maximum 50 people on that first kind of pass, and then later on I'll probably enable the Steam playtesting feature to kind of open it up to anybody that wants to playtest. And then of course we'll have the demo hopefully by February and stuff, so should be good. But yeah, just gotta keep working away at it. But it should be a lot easier, just smaller in scope. It's not multiplayer, thank God. So that just right there instantly simplifies it a lot. But yeah. And it's just just in general, it's just easier. Starground's like 2 games in one basically, so it'll be much less work. Does the game have a name yet? I think we're gonna call it Deadlift. We're still you know, it's sort of in like the trying it out phase, I guess. I don't know if Deadlift is like the name that we're gonna settle on, but I think as far as it's gone so far, of all the names we've come up with, Deadlift is the one that we like the most. So if anybody else has some really good names that pop into your head, definitely let me know, and just let me know on Discord or something. But yeah. Yeah, I'll probably rename the project over to Deadlift soon and like actually maybe make a logo and see how we sort of feel about that name more. Multiplayer is easy to set up. Technically, it's easy to get going, but not easy to finish the entire game with multiplayer. Yeah, it gets tricky. I think honestly, the big reason I don't want to do multiplayer for this is because it kind of completely changes the way that like the design of the game is. Because single player horror game, single player versus multiplayer is kind of a wildly different experience, I feel like. You know? In multiplayer, you really want to bounce off the fact that you're with your friends. And I think it's more of like a collective, like, just in the way that you beat the game and continue and survive. It's like, it doesn't matter if one person dies. But with this game, the way it's set up right now is if you die, that's it. It's game over. So really everything is designed around the fact that you really don't want to die. That's like the number one thing that you have to avoid. But it's different with stuff like Lethal Company. It's not that big of a deal if you get killed by a monster or something. So it just completely changes the whole vibe. I mean, maybe one day if this game does really well, I would add a multiplayer mode. But again, not unless it does really well. So we don't have a main menu theme yet. No. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to do much music. We do want to do elevator music, but I don't think we're going to have any music during like actual gameplay. Yeah, definitely a main menu track would be good though. I don't know. I don't think Ace or Max are going to be involved with this project, so he's probably not going to be doing music. So I don't know who's going to do the music. Based on your experience, what would you recommend for someone starting? Just in terms of like what kind of game to make and stuff, like genre? Or like something else, like engine? Or just anything in general? You can cook up something? Yeah, you're totally welcome to. If you want to send something over, that'd be cool. Yeah, I do want to start working on the main menu a little bit more. Just to get the options menu implemented and stuff like that. But yeah, for somebody starting out though with game development, definitely just start small. I know it's the classic piece of advice that you always hear, but I really do think it's a good idea to create something that you can reasonably finish and actually release. Like, releasing a game is a really big aspect of learning game development. So I would really aim for that. Try not to abandon your games, even if it's like a bad game. I still think it's a good idea to release it somewhere. Can we see what Fire Yoshi goes up? I know, I'm excited. Yeah, definitely let me know. Yes, start with a really easy genre. Don't do... I probably wouldn't honestly do like a platformer or anything. Platformers are fine, but the thing is that they're so oversaturated. Releasing a platformer in 2025 is kind of just you know, a pointless thing to do. It's so oversaturated. Nobody really wants to play them anymore. So don't make a platformer. It's, you know, not to shatter. I mean, it's different, like, if you're doing it as a hobby versus trying to actually make money off of it. You know, that's always a big thing. But if you do want to learn skills in hopes maybe one day you do it commercially, I wouldn't waste time on platformers. I would start with, like, I think roguelites are really easy. This is what this game is. Because the thing with the roguelite is it's like this repeatable gameplay loop. You only have to add a little bit of content to expand out and make the game replayable for 50 hours, right? So it's kind of inherently just an easier genre to create. I think also stuff like idle games or incremental games are really easy. Because all it is mainly just clicking buttons and a number going up. So that's all that game really is. So that's a really easy one to start out with, I would say. Yeah, if you haven't done any programming or anything, I would recommend checking out the Godot documentation. Roguelite's really easy. Yeah, they're pretty straightforward. I mean, it's not like the design can be trickier, but in terms of the amount of work that you have to put into it compared to other things, I feel like it's not that bad. Everyone probably has a different opinion on that, but that's just what I think. But yeah, there's the Godot documentation is extremely helpful if you're starting out, like just going through the getting started page, introduction, and then the step-by-step. This is really good. This tells you everything about what Godot is, like what is a scene, what does this stuff do? And then there's even a whole section about creating your first 2D game. So really good stuff here. They've also got some demo projects you can open up with Godot too that I recommend taking a look at. So yeah, that's probably where I would start out. Also, Brackeys has been doing Godot videos. So I would give some of those videos a watch because they're pretty useful if you haven't messed with Godot before. Yeah, definitely, like, I think it's important to learn about, fundamentals. I know there's, like, some online, like, university classes, like the CS50 Harvard class that you can watch, but honestly, I would just, watch, like, Brackeys does have a pretty good video, specifically about programming in Godot, which is good. But yeah, just learn the basics. I think it's important to learn about like what logic is, like true and false and Boolean and different data types and stuff like that. It's always important. Godot is a dynamically typed language, but I still think it's really important to know the data types so that you can kind of like, I don't know what variables you're creating and what they're supposed to be doing and stuff. So yeah, hopefully that's gets you started on the right track though. We do have to end stream here because I gotta go eat dinner. And my throat is really messed up. All the talking, it's irritated and dry and it's bad. But we're gonna go raid out. Who do we want to raid? Thanks for answer, Beer. Yeah, you worked for the industry. I have not. I looked around for jobs and stuff after I graduated last year, but I just couldn't find anything, honestly. It's pretty insane how difficult it is to actually find like an internship, not even anything paid, just a job that I can even apply for it's ridiculous. Yeah, the industry right now for game development and just programming in general is pretty pretty inaccessible. I think the only real way to do it is to get internships through like a college focused thing, like Handshake, I think is one of those, and get an internship while you're still in university. Because once you're out of university, you're done if you don't have any work experience. But I don't know. I was never really super set on like working for like a larger company and stuff like that. I've always liked the idea of working for myself anyways, so that's one of the reasons I didn't try super hard to get an internship. So, yeah. No, it's rough. I know so many people from my classes and stuff that never ended up getting a job. They're just all like working at just random non-degree places like Best Buy and fast food joints, and it's just like, it's kind of, it sucks that we spend all this money and time and then just amounts to nothing. But at least I'm able to make my own games and stuff, That's the idea. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Dobbs though. Thank you everybody for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Again, sorry for such a huge stream gap. I do apologize. But we're back. We'll be streaming tomorrow at 3:30 MST and also Sunday. Working more on Starground and Maze Game. Or Deadlift, as it's called. Yeah. Thank you, gamers. See you all next time. Feel free to join the Discord. Grab Starground on Steam. 0.15 experimental branch should be updated really soon. And I think for the actual full release of it, probably December. But yeah, thank you, gamers. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.